All right, hello everybody. Welcome back to another live stream. Sorry about the delay. I apologize that. I know we're starting later than usual. I know my camera is also way too high up. Let's just do something like that. There we go. All right, yes. Yeah, I know I started the stream about an hour later, hour and a half later than I wanted to. So truth of the matter is, unfortunately, I ended up going to sleep at around like 10 a.m., 11 a.m., and the alarms I set did not go off because my phone inadvertently died while I was asleep, you see. So none of my alarms went off. I woke up. It was 6:05. I was like, hot damn, I'm already late. So yeah, basically the last hour I've been trying to get things prepared, get things going. Start the stream up for 7, and we're at 7:30 now. We're going to be going off really shortly here. But yes, Corvus Corax. What do I know about him? I don't know a whole lot about his character himself. I know obviously he is the Primarch of the Raven Guards, which just so happened to have my favorite chapter also in them, which is the Raptors, obviously. One of my favorite chapters, I should say. Again, it's a very big toss-up right now between the Black Templars and the Raptors, especially for what I'm going to paint. I'm not too certain yet, you know, so I'm trying to make up my mind here before we hit 1,000 subscribers. It's obviously coming up very shortly here, but it's a tough choice, man. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure at all, you know? But yeah, it's bad. Know that feeling? Yeah, dude, I don't know. I don't know. My sleep schedule has been so fucked up lately, you know? You guys, if you guys been watching the Fallout streams, you know I've been doing that for like fucking literally all night. So it's probably going to be another night like that tonight if I had to assume. But yes, we're going to be going right into it here. 2 a.m., 2 in the morning on your side? Goddamn, fucking early there. Black Templars? Yeah, man. Gotta watch Dorn and Sigismund. 12:30 here? Shit, eh? Well, hopefully you guys, hopefully it's not too late for you guys. Hopefully the stream isn't keeping you guys up. Obviously it's a Saturday, it's a weekend, so hopefully, you know, people get weekends off. I know that, so hopefully we can all enjoy the stream here tonight. It's obviously going to be a bit of a shorter video. If you know the Amber King Corvus video, hour 25 minutes long, so it's not going to be a super long one tonight. But after that, I assume we can probably do some gaming or something later on tonight if you guys are interested in that. But yeah, we're going to be. Have you seen Hell's Reach? Brother, have I seen Hell's Reach? Brother, have I seen Hell's Reach? That was actually one of the very first larger works that we actually checked out on the channel. I did a full series on it. Yeah, it was one of the big first recommendations I got when my channel kind of blew up there. And yeah, no, so I did check that out actually. Again, a lot of you newer people, you know, you don't check out my older videos. I get recommendations all the time for videos I have actually checked out, which is hilarious to me to see, but it's cool to see too, because, you know, it just shows how many new people have come in such a short amount of time, you know what I mean? And you know, I'm really appreciative of that. So of course, if you have a recommendation, send it. Of course, if I did make a video out on it, obviously I'll just link you that video. You know, that's how it's usually been working. But no, it's awesome to see. And Hell's Reach was fantastic. Hell's Reach was a great work, and I really loved the progression over time for it. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I think this was more of a fan theory. I think it was in reality much just the artist getting better over time. But like, you know how the animation starts like kind of rough, jagged at the start, and as time progresses, you know, it kind of becomes more clear, adds color to it, all that, right? I think that's just the animator himself getting better, but a lot of people fan wise like interpreted that as like, you know, Grimaldus is getting closer to battle, his mind is becoming clearer, things like that. You know, I thought that was a really cool way to view it as well. But yeah, we're gonna get right into this. Dark Tide, hint. Yeah, maybe we'll see. Watch Angels of Death, please. Yeah, for sure. Angels of Death, man. I'm pretty sure I've gotten quite a few for that one. I'm gonna have to check that out soon for sure. Fan theory that when he heard about it halfway through, the animator liked the idea, so ran with it. Yeah, it was a great idea, honestly. Like, you can't go wrong with something like that. I thought it was really, really cool. But yeah, we're gonna get right into this. I'm just gonna make sure volume's good. Gonna make sure the quality is decent. Captions on. Sick. 3, 2, 1. Without any further delay, let's get right into it, guys. You guys can hear. That's good to see. And I do have
vengeance incarnate.
Stacks of paper.
I am justice delivered, and I embrace my destiny. I will not let my suffering consume me. Nevermore.
Hey there, David. Good to see you here, man.
Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary over many a quaint and curious
Edgar Allan Poe.
of
Wow.
forgotten lore. While I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone
The Poe
gently
wannabe
rapping,
has to drop those lines every
rapping
chance he gets.
at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, tapping at my chamber door. Only this, and nothing more. Ah, distinctly I remember, it was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly, I wished the morrow. Vainly, I had sought to borrow from my books surcease of sorrow. Sorrow for the lost Lenore, for the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore, nameless here, forevermore.
I used to think there was a righteous justice, that whatever I did, it served humanity. There is only one way left to aid mankind, and it does not include our survival. This is not our universe, and it never was. You cannot create legends and myths in a laboratory. The savior of deliverance, the Raven Lord, Corvus Corax.
I just want to say really quickly too, like, I'm really getting those depressed vibes that you guys are talking about already. Poe wannabe, this, that, the other thing, you know? Wow. So, and that's an interesting line he used too. He used to believe in the righteous justice of humanity. He used to believe in it, right? And I'm sure that's what leads to like that depressed aspect of him later down the line. Oh my God, later down the line. No, man, I just think like, again, if he was actually a person, now I don't know obviously, but if he was a person that had faith in people, which I don't really get, I think with Corvus, the vibe I've gotten from him, right? I don't know if this is true, but just the vibe I've gotten from him so far without looking into him at all, is that he is probably very much an introvert. But he does probably have a few people good that he trusts. Now, if those people were to die, or if those people were to go traitor, or if those people were to backstab him in some way, I could absolutely see him kind of like going and having like that full emo arc. Yeah, exactly. As you say, you know what I'm saying? More goth, he is doing job. So is Corvus goth or emo? I guess, yeah, we're actually going to have to see that by the end of the video. Yeah, remind me if I don't answer that. I'm going to have to make a decision on that.
Savior of deliverance, the Raven Lord,
Emo,
Corvus
goth.
Corax, a man who ponders weak and weary, lost in the melancholy of a cruel universe, or vengeance incarnate. The Black Death to the traitors of the Imperium, the Primarch of the 19th, the Raven Guard.
Goth because of the
He's
quotes.
a figure of myth to a story told and retold thousands of times. A lord to a legion that stalks the enemies of the Imperium, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver the killing blow before melting back into the darkness once more. But who is the Raven Lord? Who is Corvus Corax? How did he wage war? How did he think? How did he endure?
He just kind of seems like right now almost like he almost just seems like a version of Conrad Kurz that isn't fucking like, you know, mentally unstable like Conrad Kurz, you know what I'm saying? That doesn't have that like serial killer vibe to him. That's almost like how he like appears to me right now, visually, not like, again, mentally, because Conrad Kurz, I don't really think he's got remorse, and I don't think he, you know, is depressed necessarily. I think he just does that shit for the love of the game, you know. But like Conrad without the precondition, yeah, pretty much. A version of Conrad that didn't immediately eat a literally, yeah. Like that is exactly right. Yes. Like Conrad, if he didn't just burst out of the tube and instantly fucking eat somebody's brain. Maybe he would have turned out better, I guess. We'll see.
The story begins in the 30th millennium. A child rested within a gestation capsule. Brief glints of a face was seen through the cracks of his eyelids. It felt like a dream, but everything changed as this capsule, deep in the earth of terror, was ripped out, torn into the tide of the reflective plane of madness, the warp. Claws scraped against the glass and metal. Creatures of sentient thought were trying to break in. The capsule was strung along these ocean tides until it suddenly burst back into real space, and a young boy emerged from the wreckage. It was cold. The capsule had crashed and sunk deep into the core of a world, the moon of Lycaeus.
Moon of
deep
Lycaeus.
into the frozen glacier. The boy looked around himself, rationalizing and understanding his environment in a way that was beyond human. Where?
So he didn't even necessarily crash on a planet, he crashed on a moon. Now obviously, hair in my mouth, ew. Obviously, moons can have the exact same planetary conditions as planets can, but I wonder if Lycaea is maybe a gas giant or maybe some type of large orbital body, which, has a reason to maybe have many moons around it. I'm not too sure. Maybe it just has one moon. I guess we'll find out here, but this seems already like a pretty bleak environment for sure. Usually when you think of a moon, you think barren, you think a bit of a wasteland, you think no oxygen, right? This place, obviously, it looks breathable. His head isn't just exploding instantly from a lack of atmosphere. So that's good, right? But it still looks like a very bleak landscape. This definitely looks rougher than or sounds rougher than some of the other ones we've seen for sure. He landed on the dark side of the moon. Oh, so does the planet not have a rotation to it? Is that it? Is that correct? It's just like, I guess it wouldn't, right? Doesn't rotate, right? So it just always has one side facing the sun, the light, one side dark. He landed dark side.
Understanding his environment in a way that was beyond human. Where was he? He had no memory of how he was here. Who was he? Number 19. It was something he knew
19.
Deep inside the core of his being. He was number 19. In a situation where any of us would be overtaken by fear and dread, he showed none of this, only simple confusion. Voices. The boy began to hear voices getting closer, and the sound.
Probably just a normal moon?
Buzzing.
Okay.
Moments later, the small chamber the boy and his capsule wreckage occupied was broken into. Men and women in blue overalls, carrying strange machinery, peered into the chamber of near darkness and was stunned. A child, with deathly pale white skin and midnight black eyes. They would come to see more than most mortals could ever dream.
Interesting.
These were the first humans the boy had ever seen. A voice called from behind them.
That would definitely give you like the thing vibes for sure.
A man then stepped forward, wearing a different uniform and carrying a whip in his hand. His shouting stopped as he glanced at the strange child. It was impossible to find someone here. A small girl stepped out from the machinery, trying to peer at the commotion. The man with the whip told her to get back, snatching hold of the young girl's hair. The young boy did not like this man. He hated his unjust cruelty.
I see.
He hated the noise of the girl screaming. We all remember that anger. It comes from witnessing cruel men bully others.
So instantly, okay, so let's compare Corvus to fucking Conrad real quick here, just in terms of like how they started off, right? So Corvus here, obviously he crashes, right? Things are looking bleak. Now they're talking about people coming and visiting him, finding him. In coveralls, blue coveralls, their uniforms. So they obviously must have some degree of technology, especially living in a landscape as inhospitable as this, seemingly, right? But he sees an act of violence. Clearly, this is a more of a dystopian, more of a utilitarian, despotic, I guess. Is that the word you'd use? Basically, a dictator is in charge very clearly here. We have obviously very, very stern leadership here on this world. And he witnesses this and he instantly thinks that's unjust cruelty, right? That's very interesting to see. It actually makes me think he has some good motivation in him. Much like some of the other Primarchs, he just doesn't like seeing humans get hurt. He doesn't want to see people just get put down that way for no reason. And then you compare him to like Conrad, you know what I'm saying? And Conrad just like bursts out of his capsule, eats somebody's fucking brain, and then from there just starts murdering people en masse, you know? And like instantly is like full into the misery, you know? Like this seems like a pretty like bleak situation too, especially given the fact that they both like crash landed, instantly encountered people doing cruel things, but they're, you know, their mentality is completely different on it still, you know? Eating brain equal memory. So that's true. That's true. But like, you eat one guy's brain, that's your entire perception on the universe total. You know? Like, I get it. But also, like, you're the one that killed this guy to begin with, and now you're seeing the universe as a shitty place because of the things this guy experienced after you ate his brain, after you killed him and ate his brain. Like, that's kind of crazy. You know what I'm saying? Kerr's kill, Corax empathy. Yeah. I think slave miners find him. A miner team found him, but they are a supervised team. So are they, is this world, would you say, like, is this world, would you say, like, kind of like stern, you know what I'm saying? Like, it seems like they have whips, you know, they got, you know, workers, almost slaves under them, I guess you could say. You know, are they doing this for money? Are they doing this for any sort of benefit? Or are they doing this because if they don't, they're going to get fucking killed? You know what I'm saying? The world is a prison. I see. It's a prison world. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. No excuses for Conrad. I'm just saying, yeah, okay, fair enough. That's completely fair. Kerr's killed to survive. Does that make his reason any less than Corvus's reason? I don't know if he killed to survive, though. You know what I mean? Like, it seems a lot of the times he killed because he wanted to. Like, he was stalking people over the most minor of infractions, you know? That seems like more of a want than a need. I don't think you need to kill somebody for jaywalking, you know what I'm saying? But
especially someone who couldn't protect
Prison Moon that's mining his ship down to the planet below. That makes a lot of sense.
The vile man to the ground and then pulling off his head.
Holy shit.
To the small girl.
Wow.
She smiled as the humans in blue overalls began to panic. Her name was Euphrenia Nasturi. She asked his name. He was 19. Number 19. A child.
She's only 17. No.
Around rock and ice. The blue uniformed humans were afraid, but also intrigued. Something was different about this child.
So I will say too, pretty baller. Like, so he did catch a body instantly. Instantly he caught a body there. But he did it purely out of an act of kindness. Now everyone else is like, oh my god, what the fuck? But this girl, you know, Euphrenia, maybe she'll become a major player later on. I'm gonna, you know, I wrote that name down. I'm gonna just underline it real quick so I don't forget. She seemed pretty happy by it, you know what I mean? This small girl, you know, but she seemed pretty pleased when she got offered this dude's head. Like, that's pretty metal, I'm not gonna lie. God damn.
So intrigued. Something.
Angron holds the record for instant out of pod kills. Yeah.
Speed.
On that too, Angron killed Eldar too, right? It wasn't just humans he killed, but it was also Eldar. Isn't that correct? Yeah, over 20 Eldar. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of nuts, isn't it? Like, that's a lot of fucking frags to catch. Eldar frags to catch instantly out the pod, you know what I'm saying? Like, goddamn. And then you look at like other Primarchs that didn't kill for years, you know, they didn't kill anybody. And then Angron's out here bodying 20 Xenos instantly. Crazy shit. First time I made it to the stream, loving the 40k reactions. Keep up the great content, brother. Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. He catches bodies. Do you mean the 17-year-old? Oh, God.
Freed. Something was different about this child.
Kindness, he just killed the security of a prison team. He has no clue what he's done. He could have just saved a team of serial killers. That's true. Listen, I'm gonna pause here. I'm gonna go back 15, 20 seconds because we're talking on this now, right? But that's true. That's true. That's a good interpretation. But listen, he doesn't like unjust cruelty, right? Obviously, you know, they could be murderers, but at the point where they're obeying your rule, people are just like, you know, looking at what the fuck just happened. There's this boy just out here by himself, right? And then this person is described as a small girl, right? So, you know, in a place where you're already like when you're already an adult, you already have a fucking whip in your hand, you're already clearly the master of the situation. Is it really necessary to do an act of unjust cruelty, as was put, you know, as they said in here? Because that's how he sees it, right? He sees it as an act of unjust cruelty. They might be here serving time because of something they did. Now, that's the whole point of, you know, serving time, right? You're already making up for it. Does that mean you need to get treated even more cruelty while you're in? You know what I'm saying? I get it, right? I get what you're saying. I'm just kind of playing devil's advocate here from his perspective, right? Like, he's just a boy. He just landed here, right? But at least he has that sense of, I want to do better for people. Maybe not the right people in this sense, but, you know, he still at least has that want, which I think is still good. Biggest difference between Conrad and Corvus is that Conrad had no one while people cared for Corax. But let's ask ourselves why Conrad had no one. Again, he instantly broke out of his capsule and ate somebody's brain, the first person he saw his brain. And I'm pretty sure that was like a teenage boy, was it not? Or something like that, or a child or something like that he just murdered. Like, he instantly just, you know, crawled out of the ground, murked that person. Out of that person's brain, he basically fucking, you know, that's where he got his entire perception of the universe, was from that one person. I don't know. And then from there, he went on to murder a bunch of other people for just like infractions, claiming that he was trying to, like, you know, make the planet safe, obviously. Now, he did in a way, but not in a good way. But the reason nobody cared about him is because of the person he instantly was, right? He didn't give anybody a chance. If he walked up to that person and offered him a handshake instead of eating his brain, imagine how different his worldview could have been, right? Like, it wasn't necessarily anyone's fault they didn't like him, to be fair. I'm spinning off the spray paint. Oh my god. Angron had to be nerfed by the galaxy with butcher's nails, because if not, well, man, yeah, like, literally, like, and that's the thing, I don't really even blame Angron, because Angron, you know, he got the nails installed. He actually seemed to be a decent guy before that happened. Like, he really didn't seem to be that bad of a Primarch, and even though he was a slave, he was enduring a lot of shit. I really don't think he would have, like, you know, he definitely would not have been to the extent he was without those nails. Like, he definitely seemed like he could have come around, for sure. Tearing a guy's head off is just a reaction. Yeah, like, literally, you know what I mean? From a little child's perspective, yes, it is. I mean, I guess. I don't know. Like, I don't know a lot of children that, like, you know, instantly want to, like, kill shit, you know, unless you're just a psychopath, right? Like, most of the time when children want to, like, hurt animals and shit like that, let's say, right, it's usually because they've got psychopathic tendencies. Now, I'm not trying to say the Emperor fucked up with, you know, Conrad, but he might have fucked up with Conrad. You know what I'm saying? Like, he may have fucked up with Conrad. Taking others' pain away is an insane ability. Corax got offered birdseed, pretty much. Sorry for arriving late. No, don't be sorry, man. It's all good.
A child had been discovered kilometers underground, packed around rock and ice. The blue uniformed humans were afraid, but also intrigued. Something was different about this child. His speed, his strength, the sheer aura of majesty that overtook them when they glimpsed him. He was.
We go forward. Hold on, let me go back here. I mean, I just want to see. I just want to make sure I'm not fucked up here. I just want to make sure.
As the humans.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go.
She asked his name.
Let's go from here.
He was 19. Number 19. A child.
Because I was talking during that other last 30 seconds there.
Around rock and ice. The blue uniformed humans were afraid, but also intrigued. Something was different about this child. His speed, his strength, the sheer aura of majesty that overtook them when they glimpsed him. He was special. He was a jewel found under ice and stone. something that had to be hidden from the men with whips.
Oh.
Terror, the epicenter of the emerging
So they're hiding
Imperium
him.
of mankind. It is the late 30th millennium, and a great host of warships, numbering in their thousands, are launching to the stars to reunite the lost colonies of mankind. The Great Crusade had begun. The Emperor, a figure of immense power, is seeking to bring humanity out of the horror of the age of strife, but he also seeks to find his sons, his Primarchs, scattered to the stars by creatures of sentient nightmare. Like how the Primarchs were sons to him, the Emperor created legions of warriors that were sons to them, the Legiones Astartes. It was the 19th, the Raven Guard, who were created with the meshing of tribal humans on Terra and the gene seed of an ashen-skinned, dark-eyed boy, whose location was thought to have been all but lost. The 19th Legion launched with the Great Crusade, absent of a Primarch, and quickly built a bloody reputation. Its warriors' capacity to switch from cold, impassive scrutiny to swift, brutal action soon made the Legion the subject of dread amongst those who would deny unity with the Imperium. And
I will say, I do very much vibe with the Raven Guard in general. I will say that now in terms of legions, from what I've seen so far. Again, I have quite a few I like. That's the thing, but I don't know. Raven Guard, something about them. You know, just the way they act, the way that their tactics are utilized, right? And obviously, you see from their successor chapters like the Raptors, right? Just the great ability that a lot of their members seem to have. I don't know. And also their color scheme too. I like their color scheme, you know, it's that practical kind of like, you know, look to them, you know, darker colors, you know, like less flashy, I guess. I don't know, something about them. I just kind of vibe with them a little bit. That's not to say I don't vibe with the Thousand Suns also though, because Thousand Suns are also fucking sick, I will say. But no one saw Conrad kill that guy, so that's not why no one took him in. Also, he killed him because he had to, not because he was just evil or something. Any Primarch would have done it. I don't know if he had to do it, but yeah, most Primarchs would have done it. Most Primarchs just probably wouldn't have eaten him, you know what I'm saying? To be fair. But again, like, that's not the reason no one took him in. That's not the base reason, right? But like, the way I see it is, right, again, he got his entire universe view from that person's mind, right? From the pain that they experienced, from the pain that they endured. So from there, he basically became a shut-in, right? If he's basing the fact that every human is out to get him instantly, without even trying, just from this one time. He never opened up to anybody. That's the thing. He never was available to anybody, right? He never... I don't think he really tried as hard as he should have. Maybe that's wrong. Maybe I just don't know, right? But I don't know if he actually even attempted to get close to people for that reason. You know what I'm saying? Nostromo is like Singapore mixed with cartels and every depraved psychopath you can imagine. I'd give the Drakari a little chuckle. Yeah, that's true. Nostromo was just a dogshit planet, to be fair. Like, in the grand scheme of things, like, there are a lot nicer places you could have landed for sure. That's not that's not wrong. Yeah, Conrad just landed in a shit world, yeah. But on the end, I think his ability would make no difference to his fate. Only Dorn could save him, quote unquote. Yeah, that's fair. Raven Guard were actually very similar to the Night Lords before Corvus was found. IRC, they got a pass as they served with horses, as they served with the Horse Legion as a kind of subgroup. That's actually pretty sick. Thousand Suns, so you're a traitor then, Inquisitor, this one right here. Listen, I didn't say I'm a traitor. Listen, I said I can appreciate the Thousand Suns too. Are they gonna be the first minis I paint? No. But I do like some elements of the Traitor Legions. Obviously, the Iron Warriors, you know, things like that. You know, they're all great. This is having nothing to do with your appearance, vibing with the Raven Guard.
Of dread amongst those who would deny unity with the Imperium.
What do you mean?
They were brutal and efficient, but oppressive and uncaring.
Oh, nothing to do with
They were
my
cut from
appearance?
the same
No,
cloth as
no.
the men
What are you trying to say here?
The men
Hey,
the young
whoa,
boy
whoa.
despised.
That took me a second.
Millions
It's
of
early, guys. I'm
miles
sorry.
away in Segmentum Tempestus, the strange boy had arrived alone on the moon of Lycaeus.
So my eyes are
He had
brown, they ain't
landed
black.
on a prison world.
But my skin is pretty white.
Of Kievar. The humans in blue overalls were slaves.
World of
Innocent
Kievar.
or not. Thousands from the planet of Kievar had been cast to this brutal mining prison. Generations condemned to a lifetime of service in the cold and dark mines of this moon.
So to counter what was said earlier, this is a prison planet, obviously, but innocent or not, and generationally, right? So you could be in there for the crime of your great-grandfather, the supposed crime of your great-grandfather. So that means that not everybody here is just a bad person, per se. It's a rough environment, but it seems that there's probably also a lot of good people here as well. Grow your hair longer, stay out of the sun. Is this where you've been hiding, Corvus? Oh my god. Fuck's sake. No, actually, funny story. I look very, very Middle Eastern if I go out in the sun and I grow my beard out, dude. I look very Middle Eastern. I don't know why, but it's kind of nuts. I look very European. Like my heritage is German mostly, right? But no, my hair is also very curly too. So you see that with the beard, it's very weird. It's very weird. Like again, if I go out in the sun, my skin will tan. My skin, oh my god, my skin will tan, and it becomes like a bronze color. Like it's very weird, dude. Like I don't know.
Lifetime of service in the cold and dark mines.
Large beak, hey. That's because I broke my nose when I was a kid,
tech guilds.
like twice.
They were a malnourished, tortured people who faced cruelty and injustice daily. It was these people that found the strange child, buried deep amongst
It's
rock
true, I do
and
have a big
ice.
ass nose, it's not
The
wrong.
prisoners of Lycaeus took him in. They saw that he was special and feared what would happen to him if enslaved by the prison overseers. They gave him shelter. They gave him sustenance.
Yeah, so these prisoners are
and they
actually
gave
straight up helping
love.
him.
And
Wow.
they gave him a name, Corvus Corax. The prisoners put their own lives at risk to keep him safe. They gave him their wisdom, as the boy received lessons on philosophy and politics. With their frozen fingers they sewed him clothes that didn't fit for long, as the boy began aging faster than any mortal man. He had friends, such as the small girl Euphronia Nasturi, and others, like the brothers Bran and Agapito Nev. He had connections to ordinary people. Corax spent years in the dark and damp conditions in the subterranean prison. He was impressive, gifted with an innate fierce intelligence, and imbued with a natural sense of justice.
What's the story behind that if it's not too personal? The story behind me breaking my nose? When I was like, I don't know, 6 or 7, I fell down like a flight of stairs. Fucking smashed my face off some concrete. It was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. Yeah. The second time, I don't really remember. I think my brother fucking punched me in the face or something. Something like that. Happens. Happens. You look Middle Eastern in the sun. I would have never guessed that. What are you mixed with? That's crazy. I don't know, dude. When I was doing my DP1, for example, like my fire team partner, she like straight up said to me, she's like, oh yeah, like, you know, you look exotic. This is the word she used for me, right? She said I looked exotic. Now this girl, she was like Indonesian mixed with what was it? Indonesian mixed with oh god. I think her mom was Indonesian and her dad was like Greek or something. So she looked very weird and she was out here calling me looking exotic. And I was like, what? What the fuck? You know, not that she looked bad. You know, she was very pretty, but like, you know, how are you out here calling that like me that? You know what I'm saying? What the fuck? But no, yeah, like if I grow a beard out, bro, like because my hair is very curly, like you can already kind of see it, right? Like I comb the shit out of my hair. But my hair just fucking curls like crazy. It's fucking insane. So if I grow my beard out, like I've had my beard out to here before, it's just curls, man. It's just curls. I go out in the sun, my skin becomes onyx. Like it becomes like a bronze, like kind of, not onyx, bronze. It becomes like a, you know, like a Mediterranean color almost. You know what I'm saying? It's fucking very strange. But my heritage is, to my knowledge, basically all German. Basically all German. Like, as in, like, my grandfather on my dad's side was, you know, he came over, you know what I'm saying? Like, after a certain event, so. She did not want me. We were fire team partners. She did not want me, trust me. That was not it.
In the subterranean prison, he was impressive, gifted with an innate, fierce intelligence, and imbued with a natural sense of justice that was tempered by his teachers, who understood the importance of teaching him humanity and patience. He was gifted in other ways too. When one night, under the tutelage of one of his teachers, a surprise inspection caught them off guard, Corax was almost found. As the guards peeked into his hiding spot, he was ready to fight.
Where did my fucking pen go?
Preparing to rip them apart. But when the guards looked directly at him, there was silence. They didn't see him. His will to hide had manifested physically.
Oh, wow.
Corax had already made the shadows his home, but that night he became its master.
Oh,
he could make
is that like his
people
PRIMARCH
not
aura?
perceive him. Corax began to explore the prison, growing and learning from the millions who suffered under this unjust, tyrannical rule. He was born with a complex understanding of science and technology, but he was complete by love. The people of Lycaeus' love.
Wow.
They gave him everything, and so now the young man, who for years had seen how his family had been mistreated, made a vow. He promised to free them. Corax planned for war.
Wow. Deliverance. I'm just gonna pause it there. Where the fuck did my pen go? Oh, there it is. Found it. I found it instantly. Conrad landed in death row from the start. Yeah, he kind of did, to be fair. Except it wasn't even like a legit prison world. It was just like a massive like hive city, right? It was just scum and villainy all in there. French and Colombia for me, mixed with every other random European's nationality. Holy shit. Bro is the emperor of mankind, changing his entire identity on a flip like that. Invisibility superpower. Yeah, like that seems pretty powerful. Like he can just kind of like go invisible at will, or at least like blend into his environment at will. That's kind of nuts, I'm not gonna lie. That seems pretty OP. But you know, obviously circumstantially, you know, like one could say Kurz has it arguably better with like reading people's minds almost by eating them, but invisibility is pretty fucking sick, I'm not gonna lie. You lose the ability to perceive he's there. Ah. So it's not even like he becomes invisible. He's just like, you know, your mind just like filters him out. Is that it? She may not have wanted you, Sen, but if she's here watching this, give Sent a call because he'd love to take you out sometime. Listen, I don't think she's here watching this. Listen, I know for a fact I got like, bro, like 98.9% of the channel viewership is males. I can promise you that right now. I can see the analytics. There's a few, we got a few women here, but not a ton. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think it's anybody that would know me, that's for sure. No, but it's a pretty big majority, guys. I won't lie. It's like a 99%, like straight up. I see like a 1% identify female, and I'm like, whoa, you're breaking records here today, you know? He uses lightning claws and jetpacks as his main weapon. Yeah, I see him with the claws as well all the time. Like that's what that's kind of like a similarity he has with Kurz. And it does look badass. Like those fucking claws that they have look sweet, like I have to say. It's less invisibility and more, and more making it so he can't sense you at all. You can smell him, hear him, see him. You don't even get You can smell him, hear him, and see him, or you can't. You don't even get that gut feeling if he's following you. Don't forget about his kinky whip, yikes. In the books, it manifests because for years everyone drilled into his head, don't let them ever see you every day. And then when they found him, he made it manifest. That's actually pretty sweet. That's pretty sweet. 1% is still 1%. No, I know it still is. I'm just saying, you know, I'm just saying it's unlikely. You got to think like 1%, like out of the subscriber base. So let's say we got 951 subscribers right now, right? 1% of that is like what? Like 10 people, maybe? Maybe, not even. But still. Can't, damn autocorrect. Okay, can. That's what I assumed you were going for there. I just wanted to make sure. Electronic equipment still picks him up. He only fuels the mind, so it's only like a perception. You like Obi-Wan Kenobi's them in a sense, is basically what it is. He means can't. Yeah, okay. I assume so.
Yes, you have brothers.
Said the Emperor, smiling at his son's delight.
17 of them. You are the Primarchs, my finest creations.
17.
Corvus asked, confused.
I remember that I was number 19. How can that be so?
Oh.
The Emperor's expression grew bleak, filled
You
with
remembered
deep
wrong,
sorrow.
son.
He looked away as he replied.
The other two.
He said,
That is a conversation for another day.
As in, I'm never going to tell you.
Now, are they with you?
You and the other Primarchs were snatched from me by the strange powers of the
Goddamn.
warp, thrown across the galaxy on unnatural tides. That is how you came to rest beneath a glacier on this moon. Yes, I have seen what befell you, learning your life the moment I laid eyes upon you. The rumor of you, of a magnificent being who led a rebellion here, has traveled farther than you realize. And it was word of this that attracted my attention. Your brothers, those I have found, were similarly scattered to far-flung worlds. Like you, they are all great warriors and leaders. That was my gift to you. You are supreme commanders, with intellect and physical ability unmatched by anything in the mass of humanity. I engineered you from my own genetic structure to be my sons and my lieutenants in the Great Crusade.
What is this crusade?
I was going to say a joke there,
How
but
many of my brothers
I know you guys probably are thinking the exact same thing I am.
replied the Emperor.
I have vast armies, the Legiones Hastatis. As you are crafted from me, so they are crafted from you. The Primarchs are the generals of those armies, leading humanity's reconquest of the galaxy. The long night, the age of strife.
At least I actually have an in-depth conversation
the remnants
here.
of the old empires smolder out in the darkness.
The Emperor
dying
isn't really being
coals of
open per
humanity
se, but he
almost
is
smothered
talking to
by
him.
dark. The Great Crusade fans the flames into life, bringing with it reason to drive out superstition, enlightenment, to replace barbarism. With your help, I will unite humanity and lead mankind to rule the stars.
There was so much to take in, but Corvus knew it to be true.
Wow.
Not only the words of the Emperor seemed certain, the idea of what he described messed with a much deeper feeling, knowing he was a Primarch, that he had been created to fight and to command, explained much that Corvus had never understood about himself.
I see. So he actually never connected that he was like a Primarch or that he was anything greater in a sense. Interesting. He never came to realize that, I guess. Very interesting, though, that he was number 19, right? He was number 19. And then the Emperor meets him. He's like, oh, yes, number 17. And he's like, no, I'm definitely 19. What about the other two? And the Emperor's like, a conversation for another time, my son. Yes. Like, what the fuck? That's so sus. Like, bro, we all know what happened there, don't we? Like, we all know what happened there. Maybe, I guess. I guess it's up for interpretation, actually. Has it explicitly said that he got rid of them, or, you know, is it possible other things could have occurred, you know? No, he said that he had 17 brothers, not that he was 17. Oh, okay. But I'm pretty sure, did he? Because I'm pretty sure he said, let's just see here. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. I almost want to go back and check that now. Let me just go back and check that real quick. So we're at 1441. I just want to make sure I'm not mistaken.
First creations. Have brothers,
said the Emperor.
You have brothers.
Smiling at his son's delight.
17 of them.
17.
You are the Primarchs, my finest creations.
17.
17.
Asked, confused.
I remember that I was number 19. How can that be so?
The Emperor's expression grew bleak.
Yeah, see, so yeah, so you are right, but he still was able to pick up on it because he's supposed to be number 19, right? So that's interesting, right? Isn't that kind of interesting? Yeah. By the way, do you have those two crows? Do those two crows have names? That's a good question. You always see them like in pictures with these crows. Do they actually have names? Interesting. We're gonna go back up to, what was it, 1441. Go back a little bit more, maybe 1420. There we go. The crows' names are Goth and Ema. God damn it. The Emperor is excluding the two lost sons and Alfarius. Yeah, that's right.
Corvus knew it to be true. Not only the words of the Emperor seemed certain.
The crows Alfarius.
The idea of what he described messed with a much deeper feeling.
Honestly, it could be.
He was a Primarch. That he
That'd be pretty
created
based.
to fight and to command explained much that Corvus had never understood about himself, on a level that he understood in his spirit, and was encoded into every cell of his body. Corvus knew what he was.
I swear my loyalty to you,
said Corvus, sinking to one knee in front of the Emperor. He met the Emperor's gaze, and felt elation like no victory had given him before.
I am your son, your Primarch, and your will shall be my command.
That is good,
said the Emperor.
I have an army waiting for you. They are the Raven Guard, highly decorated and distinguished in my campaigns already. When you are ready, you will assume command of the Legion.
Am I not ready now?
Corvus said, having been elevated and then deflated by the Emperor's words.
Not yet, my son,
said the Emperor.
Really?
But soon you will emerge to join your brothers and take your place at my side, and at the head of the Raven Guard. First, though, tell me of Kiavar. What are your intentions?
To bring peace to both the world and its moon, and to heal the wounds of the past,
said Corvus.
So I just want to make sure I'm getting the time frame right on this, right? So the Emperor found him before he unified the planets. Like I'm assuming he found him pretty quickly here, right? Because usually, from what I've seen before, usually the Emperor will find a Primarch and he'll instantly be granted his legion, whether he wants to or not, right? We saw that with like Angron, for example, right? Angron had no intention of taking his legion, but he was just like, yeah, fuck it, you're getting it, deal with it, right? With Corvus here, you're not ready yet. What are your intentions for your planets? They must have found him pretty early, I'm assuming here, right? I forget sometimes how sweet of a relationship these two have. They're one of the few Emperor Primarch duos that have an affinity for each other and they both like one another. Yeah. Corax was found later. Oh, was he? Okay. One of the last Primarchs found? Really? Interesting. Before he unified it, but almost last. Okay, okay. Goddamn. Wow. That's kind of surprising then. Because you would think that, like, the second he's found, it's like, you're getting your legion. Especially if you're one of the last ones found, right? Timeline is off here. Corvus had brought peace by dropping nukes on the world below, but was found after he brought peace. I see. Okay.
And its moon, and to heal the wounds of the past,
said Corvus.
With your help, I will succeed.
Peace is the hardest goal to achieve.
All Primarchs go through a training period, some shorter than others.
War, the
Conrad was tutored by Fulgrim. Yeah.
These we can obtain with might of arms and perseverance. Peace, that is an altogether different beast.
Corvus frowned, but
two planets, right? The moon and the actual planet itself.
His gaze unmoving.
Was
Tell me again, then.
Kyovar, right?
Of the wounds you and your followers inflicted upon this world.
Lycaeus is the moon and
of the
Kyovar
peace
is the planet,
you
if
would
that's
bring
correct.
to it with my help.
The boy had become a man, filled with an absolute hatred for the oppressor and cruel. Corax vowed to free the people who had cared for him. He felt for them. He truly cared. He began to plot. Using his gift of near invisibility, Corax explored far into the other complexes of the prison world, speaking to the people, the young and old, the innocent and guilty.
Yeah.
Thousands were awestruck by the majesty of this demigod figure.
Very fucked
You could
up
imagine being in
prison
front of
world
him.
here. You
Emotions
know,
of
especially with so many
wonder
innocents
that spilled
around.
forth, but yet also some fear too, as you realized he could crush you without effort. Corax created a network, links on a chain, bonded by unjust cruelty and oppression. Corax as a lone figure mastered the shadows, even hiding in plain sight in front of the cruel overseers. After years of patience, gathering intel, supplies, and willing recruits, they were ready.
It's just so crazy to me that he's like literally hiding from all the overseers. I get he's invisible, right? And he like his Primarch aura is blocking the perception of everything, but it's just funny because he's just fucking a Primarch, you know what I mean? He's a giant fucking human Primarch, you know what I mean? And yet he's just like unseen, you know? Like it's just kind of funny to me, you know, in a way, but it makes sense still. Like I'm not saying it doesn't make sense. It totally makes sense. It's just like, it's just funny that this giant fucking imposing dude, and I imagine like, even though they're like, he's blocking their senses, if he was to like come up and like shoulder bump you or something like that, you'd still like feel it. You'd be like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like looking around as if, you know, there's nothing there. It'd be like a fucking ghost is just like walking around or something, you know, a huge fucking giant ghost. Corax is a weird timeline thing going on. Yeah, okay. Unless it is right. No, it is correct. He took over the moon by the time they spoke, but not the planet. I see. Following the ring, Hobbit. Oh, God. You're going to fly me there? Sorry, I forgot how good chickens are at flying. Yikes. If he shoulder bumps you, you die? Yeah, if he shoulder bumps you, I figure you just, like, fucking explode, dude. He touches you even a little bit, you just fucking combust. Like, can you imagine how, like, fuck that would be to, like, anyone else around? Like, they're just like, the fuck?
Intel, supplies, and willing recruits, they were ready. And Corax and his million-strong slave army rose up.
He's big, but not in armor, so not as ridiculous as it seems. He's still like 8 or 9 feet tall, though, isn't he? Like, he's still large.
Young and old alike. No matter how long
is he? 7, 8 feet? 7, 8 feet? 9 feet?
Haunted by what he had asked
tall
of
is he?
his people. Even remembering a young 13-year-old girl who gave her life in a sabotage mission.
Yikes.
Some never got the chance of freedom, poisoned by the overseers in an attempt to punish the rebels. Corax gave special treatment to those who delved to such depravity. The family that had raised the Primarch fought with him, side by side, until millions like Euphemia Nastori, Bran, and Agapito Nev breathed their first free air. Lycaeus was free, and at the zenith of this victory, a golden eagle stormbird descended from the sky. Golden light spilled out from its ramparts. The rebels murmured with wonder and cried
Wait.
tears of joy. Corax simply saw a normal man, until when the figure came close enough, he was hit by a wave of reverence.
So, okay, so the Emperor appears to him as just like a normal guy. But at the zenith of the victory, really? So that almost makes me think that the Emperor was just sitting there spying from afar, you know? He's like, oh yeah, he looks like he's doing good work down there. I'll let it simmer for a couple more months, you know, maybe, and check on it then. And then he wins, and then the instant he wins, instant victory is declared. It's like, oh yes, now I shall arrive. Hey son, good job. Like, what the fuck? He's still big, but yeah, he's not in his armor. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Corax is the friend who you know is stealing fruit from your fridge, but you can never seem to catch or see him doing it. Yeah, true. Imagine that gets super annoying. Started a new RimWorld run last night with a bunch of Warhammer mods, a Primaris Salamander, an Ultramarine Librarian, and a Black Templar Terminator walk into a bar. I mean, fall into a RimWorld. That actually sounds really fun. I almost want to mod my RimWorld to have some 40k mods in it too, because I always play modded RimWorld. I always have like 50, 60 plus mods in there. I got those vehicle mods going as well now. But it'd be really cool to do a RimWorld 40k run sometime for sure. Especially just given the nature of RimWorld, because you also have shit that's like equivalent strength potentially there as well, you know? At least in terms of numbers. I love RimWorld a lot. It's a fucking very fun game. My mod list may be 226 mods. I don't have a problem. Yeah, that's true. That's true. You can, and that's the thing. RimWorld is one of those games where even if you mod it, man, like the game just works. You know what I'm saying? I've never really had a crash in RimWorld. You'll have some like mod conflicts or some errors or something, but that never stops the game from working in my experience. You know what I mean? So it's one of those games where it's like, even if you mod it, it's just like unusually stable still. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's just me. 226 mods is kind of crazy, though. I imagine your load time, even on RimWorld, is probably a little insane. Corax is like one of maybe 3 people to have seen the Emperor's true form besides the Sisters of Silence. Oh, really? That's interesting. I wonder if he's gonna, or if we're gonna hear about it in this at all. Because if so, don't spoil that for me. I'd actually like to see that for myself.
The figure came close enough.
Sorry for distracting. No, man.
By a wave of reverence.
No, I love RimWorld. That's not distracting at all.
Warrior, so majestic, so perfect. Wisdom poured from the stranger's eyes. It was his father, the Emperor of mankind. The Emperor had come for his son, and the two spoke for hours, the awkwardness of strangers quickly fading. Corax had always been aware of his uniqueness. He had gifts and intellect that was beyond any mortal, but this also isolated him too. Even his friends looked at him with wonder. Now in the ashes of victory and freedom, he wasn't Corvus Corax to them. He was the savior. But the Emperor told him of his brothers, his equals, people who could truly understand him. He was elated, perhaps deep down relieved that there was a way to alleviate the loneliness that comes from leadership. The Emperor asked Corax his intentions, to bring peace to both the world and its moon, and to heal the wounds of the past. It was in a way naive. Peace is the hardest goal to achieve, and Corax needed to learn the truth about the hard road to peace. The Emperor left Corax to finish the war he had started, returning when he was ready. Lycaeus was free and renamed to Deliverance.
Bro, if he could just have given like Angron that chance, or at minimum fucking saved everybody that was with Angron, we would not have him the amount of problems. Like literally he finds Corvus here, and I guess he's one of the last Primarchs found, but he's just like, all right, fine, take your time. Like, what? How is that fair? What the hell? Sen talking about rimming 40k. Has anyone got the Inquisition's phone number? I think he sounds a bit Slaneshi to me. Yikes, dude. Nah. There's a difference between RimWorld and rimming 40k. Goddamn. Oh, yikes. How many rim mods you can fit? Oh my god. Holy shit.
Was ready. Lycaeus was free and renamed to Deliverance. But the moon was still in danger from the tech guilds on the planet Kievar. The rebels were outnumbered, facing a superior force in technology and numbers. Even as the guild sought to launch a counterattack, Corax knew the terrible order he must give. Using the steep gravity well that tethered Kievar and its moon, the Primarch committed a full-scale atomic bombardment of the vast Manufactorum cities below. Victory was achieved. Thousands died, but millions were saved. At least, that is how Corax justified it. Even as men, women and children burned on the surface, as each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor.
So definitely millions still died, right? Like, he might have saved millions, but thousands died? No, definitely millions still died. But better question yet is, where did he get these nukes from? Just out of curiosity, where did he get these nukes from? Did they keep atomic bombs on the fucking prison planet? Because if so, they kind of deserved it. I'm not gonna lie. Like, what the hell? Angron would be in college now after that chance? Yeah, like literally, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of nuts. I'm gonna rim nuke you. What the fuck? Don't give a fuck. To be honest, Emperor's still my goat and did nothing wrong ever. Holy shit. Nothing wrong ever.
The first axiom of victory is to be other than where the enemy desires you to be. The first axiom of stealth is to be other than where the enemy believes you to be. The first axiom of freedom is that justice without force is powerless. Force without justice.
It was mining bombs just scaled way up.
The war was over.
I see.
Because of the actions of Corax.
So it was like essentially like upgraded blasting
had spoken.
Explosives,
Peace was the
but on a large scale.
Corax now had to heal the
nuclear mining charges. That makes sense.
The hatred of the enslaved and the hatred of the previous enslavers.
Iron Duke blinked twice with the Inquisition as a gun to your head.
would have to be put on hold, as something greater required his blood, sweat and tears. The Great Crusade. With the liberation of Deliverance and the surrender of Kievar, the system was brought into the fold of the Imperium. Corax held true to the vows he gave that day he met his father. I am your son, your Primarch, and your will shall be my command. As a leader of a rebellion,
got his nukes from the nest.
Experience of war, armies, supply lines, sieges, or logistics, and spent some time under the tutelage of the Emperor and his brother Rabute Gilliman. His Primarch brain absorbing the information in a way that he was able to add his own thoughts and perspective to it. Even spending time with his brother Fulgrim, before a boy who grew up in damp and claustrophobic conditions, he found no comfort in the lavish halls of the 3rd Legion. Opulence was too much of a reminder of his people's oppressors, and he was more at home in humble places. When he was ready, his father gifted him his sons, the 19th, the Raven Guard Legion, thousands of warriors created from his own genetic material. But when Corax met with his sons, he was not impressed. The 19th Legion had over a century of conflict under their belt, and had brought thousands of worlds into Imperial compliance. But the way they fought disgusted
lavish hole of the 3rd Legion,
often using their tactics
oh
of
my god,
to place themselves behind enemy lines,
yikes,
to enact cruelty, and to cut down retreating survivors. They had developed a culture of being cold-blooded killers, uncaring brutes who took joy in oppressing those that they saw as beneath them.
Interesting.
Several of the Legion's high-ranking officers were displaced or reassigned to non-command roles, including Lord Arcas Fall, who had commanded the 19th for over 3 decades. Veterans who had fought since the early days by even Horus's side were banished, given autonomy to fight far from their Primarch.
Wow.
With Legion and Primarch reunited, the 19th could become a fully fledged member of the Great Crusade. But for this path it needed more warriors, and who better than the warriors of Just Heart?
So the original 19th was very brutal, didn't care about humanity, just kind of did their own thing. Corvus came in there, he saw that. Rather than like committing a purge on his legion, which we see a lot of other Primarchs do, he simply demoted them. He maybe what's the word I'm looking for? Demoted them. He kind of outlawed them, I guess. Not outlawed them, but basically gave them autonomy. Go do your own thing. Get the fuck away from me. You know, you're not in the Legion anymore, kind of thing. Maybe go join another Legion. I don't really care what you do, but you're not going to be doing it here. You know what I mean? It's respectable, you know, rather than annihilate his force, even though they might be a bunch of cold-hearted murderers in a sense. Rather than annihilate his force, he's gonna let them live. You know, he's not gonna commit a purge. I think that's very interesting. I think that's very, very interesting. If Conrad had the balls, he would have done the same thing at the end of it all that Corvus did at basically the very beginning of his career. Yeah, literally. This is likely how the space sharks formed.
All warriors. And who
actually, yeah,
better
I think I've heard of them before. The
Just
space
Heart?
sharks.
The free people of Deliverance chose.
I don't want to
follow
misspeak unless
their
I'm wrong on
savior.
them.
Many of us understand what it is like to truly believe in someone and be willing to go to hell and back for them. In their thousands they joined. Many like Euphemia, the girl who had been
yeah,
with
the
him since the
Carcharodons.
start,
Okay.
joined the ranks of the crew and maintenance.
I have
And
heard
for
of that
many
before.
Others, like Agapito
chapter,
and
right?
Bran, they gave themselves to something higher. As many of the young boys who gave their blood in the name of liberation joined the ranks of the Legiones Astartes. Corax's family followed him to war, to the stars, and Corax valued them, for they understood his values. The first axiom of freedom is that justice without force is powerless. Force without justice is tyranny. Corax wanted to wage a just war. He had to fight for something right, and he found that in the liberation for the slaves of Deliverance. And again, he found it in the Imperial truth.
Yikes.
The long night, the age of strife has ended.
We'll see how
The
that ends
remnants
up
of
for
the
him.
old empires smolder out in the darkness. The dying coals of humanity almost smothered by the dark. The Great Crusade fans the flames into life, bringing with it reason to drive out superstition, enlightenment to replace barbarism. Corax, his family, and his legion headed to war. Take the universe and grind it down to the finest powder and sieve it through the finest sieve, and then show me one atom of justice, one molecule of mercy, and yet you act as if there is some ideal order in the world, as if there is some righteousness in which the universe may be judged. What is just? Is one person's justice someone else's injustice? We are all the villain in someone else's story. And by whose code do we judge the righteousness of one's anger? Corax and the 19th casted themselves across the galaxy.
That was a cool
blazing
line, I'm
trail
not gonna
from
lie.
War zone to war zone, bringing worlds into Imperial compliance for the Great Crusade. Corax began moulding his legion on the principles and tactics he had learned upon Deliverance, to his Terran and Deliverance-born sons. The Raven Guard were masters of stealth, embracing covert tactics over brute force. To the thousands of hostile Xenos and non-compliant worlds, they would find their defeat planned with a masterful stroke. Superhuman-sized warriors would emerge from the shadows in lightning-fast raids, led by a figure that could be barely glimpsed by the human eye.
And I imagine too, like, under the tutelage of not only the Emperor himself, but also Guilliman and I guess kind of Fulgrim, you know, a little bit as well. He mentioned Fulgrim also kind of tutored him a little bit. I imagine that Corvus here is probably pretty... He probably picked up pretty quick, if I had to assume, and he's probably a very, very capable tactician, especially on the grand scale of things. Same with his logistical prowess under Guilliman, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like he'd pick up quite a few tricks from him. Yeah, I imagine he probably didn't meet much failure in the Great Crusade here, but let's see, let's find out.
Led by a figure that could be barely glimpsed by the human eye. Corax's personal combat prowess was staggering. Armed with his lightning claws, he was the Raven, an omen of death, as none could match his speed, combined with his ability to mask his presence. Numbering amongst the greatest duelists in the Imperium, even amongst his brothers, the Legion and the Primarch fought non-stop for decades. Where they could, Corax and the Legion minimized civilian casualties as much as possible. The tactics reflected the man perfectly, but not all saw its wisdom. Horus, the first found son, loved by all, had tension with the Ravenlord. The Battle of Gate 42 was forever in the conscience of Corax.
Gate 42.
As a newly appointed War Master, Horus was eager to show results. Following his ascension, Horus utilized the Raven Guard in a frontal assault, whilst the other ally legions finished off the enemy. It was counter to the Legion's ethos and tactics, and many of Corax's sons died because of Horus's vanity.
I
Seeing
see.
People used as tools, cruelly wasting life. Perhaps Corax saw a hint of the behavior he despised from the tyrannical tech guilds of his homeworld.
Yeah, I could see
He
that.
swore never to fight besides Horus ever again.
Oh,
But for all the Ravenlord
that's kind of crazy. I will never fight beside Horus again, as he's literally War Master. That's kind of nuts to say. Like, you know what I mean? I don't blame him. I'm not blaming him at all. But like, can he do that? Like, is he allowed to do that? You know, like, holy shit. Like, I don't think you could, you know, I don't think you can just like say no to a War Master, right? Like, he's acting in the Emperor's stead, technically, right? Holy shit. Chaos Gods, damn, better luck next time. Fuck. This is the only instance you'll hear me say this, but in this instance, Corax was based. Yeah, he basically just stood up to Horus. Said, nah, go fuck yourself, man. Like, well, I mean, he did it. That's the thing. He still did it. He just was not happy about it. But after this, he's like, nah. Nah, that's not happening again.
never to fight besides Horus ever again. But for all the Ravenlord's noble qualities, there is a darkness to his light. Down in the prisons of deliverance, the boy was raised by people who were oppressed. Many people whose crime had been having a different opinion. People who were destitute. And people who were just born there.
Different opinion, oh no.
They wanted justice, but many
He clearly
wanted
doesn't know about the Imperial truth very well, does he?
Genuine desire for justice was always followed by the shadow of vengeance. It burned him when the guilty avoided the justice he thought they deserved. His sons, Agapito and Bran, loved their savior, their Primarch, but were cowed when Corax's anger overtook his strategic mind. Over the Great Crusade, many Raven Guard would be the cost of this weakness. This thin line between justice and vengeance scared him, because of the grisly reminder of his dark potential, his dark mirror, the Night Haunter. His brother,
Oh, wow.
Conrad Kurz.
Yeah.
Conrad echoed his brother in ways that terrified Corax. Their
Isn't that crazy too? Like literally mentioning Conrad Kurz here too, but like even they look so similar, you know what I mean? Like they look like brothers. Other Primarchs, you know, and I'm not gonna mention the two very obvious ones, but some of them for being brothers don't look the same. You know what I mean? They don't look like they're brothers. But Conrad and Corvus, they look like brothers. Like they straight up do look the same, kinda. You know what I mean? not they look the same, but they do look like they are, brothers for sure. Look like they're direct family. Versus with other Primarchs, you don't necessarily see that, I just think that's very interesting, like the correlation is right there, but they're two entirely different people with two entirely different personalities, and their ethics are completely different from one another. Like, it's such a stark contrast between them.
Conrad echoed his brother in ways that terrified Corax. Their skin shared death's pallor.
Need to wash my mouth with soap for complimenting Corax. Yikes.
They were both guided by a sense of justice, but one a liberator and the other a torturer. Both dominated the shadows.
Some look the same, yeah.
Conrad was a reminder.
But to sit there and
Corax
say, like,
what he could.
Like, let me ask you something, okay? Who does Jagatai? Who's Jagatai's look alike? Okay, who does he resemble? You know what I'm saying? What about the salamanders? You know what I'm saying? Like, who does he resemble? Right? Like things like that. Even Perturabo, I guess. Perturabo doesn't really have a look-alike. Magnus doesn't really have a look-alike. For them being brothers, like Corvus and Conrad actually look the same, kind of. You know what I'm saying? Rogel and Dorn, they do, right? But like, things like that. They have similarities versus like there are some brothers out there that have no similarities with their other brothers. Does that make sense? Did you hear about Bricky's new every 40k explain? Yes, I did. And I do plan on checking it out, actually. It's going to be a cool video to look at. Kind of like, obviously that's the Bricky videos were one of the first like lore videos I did, lore in quotation marks, beginner videos I did on 40k to actually get into it. It's the reason my channel kind of blew up the way it did. So we are going to be checking that video out too, sure. Oh my God, we are going to be checking that video out soon for sure. Yeah. For sure. It's just a longer one. It's a 2-hour video. We might even do it on stream sometime. I'm not too sure, to be honest with you, but we are going to check it out sometime. Magnus looks just like Rabute, though. Does he? Does he really?
Calling them home. Conrad was a reminder to Corax what he could have easily been without the love shown to him as a boy, and also what he could still be when his inner monster.
Sarcasm, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Us, it is I was like, that most frightens us. We fear standing out. We fear taking the step.
I wasn't trying to just call you outright wrong there, Hobbit, but
but it was his dark that most frightened the Raven.
Oh, great! It's found. Some more Edgar Allan Poe.
Ebony bird beguiling my sad fancy into smiling by the grave and stern decorum of the countenance it wore. Though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou, I said.
There's more subtle stuff in the books of how they look. Okay.
Grim and ancient raven wandering from the nightly shore. Tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's Plutonian shore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Much I marveled this ungainly fowl to hear discourse so plainly, though its answer little meaning, little relevancy bore. For we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever yet was blessed with seeing bird above his chamber door, bird or beast upon the sculpted bust above his chamber door, with such name as Nevermore.
Lorgar's grey eyes danced with the light, despite the strain on his body.
Lorgar.
The opposite of chaos is not order, brother. It is stasis. Lifeless, unchanging stasis. With a last grunt, Lorgar's strength gave. Quivering hands could no longer keep his brother's weapons back.
Here it is,
Corax promised in a hiss, his saliva flecking Lorgar's eyes and cheeks.
Here is the death you so richly deserve.
Wow.
The claws reached his brother's face. Slowly, the metal burning hot, they sliced over Lorgar's golden skin. inch by inch, blackening the golden flesh, cutting into the meat of his cheeks. Even should he escape, he would bear these scars until the day he died.
Wow.
He knew this and did not care. The psychic fire wreathing them both flared in response to Lorgar's pain. Corax closed his eyes to spare his sight, and instinct cost him his quick victory. Lorgar threw the Raven Lord back again. The Luminarum rose, ready to strike, before a burst of smoky fire launched the Raven Lord up from the soil to come down on Lorgar from above. The Wordbearer smashed the first claw aside, striking the fist with enough force to shatter the gauntlet completely. But even as the scythe-long claw blade span off into the surrounding melee, the second claw struck home. Meter-long talons sank through Lorgar's stomach.
Jesus.
The linked into the side of his spine as they thrust from his back.
Oh my god.
Such a blow meant little to a Primarch. Only when Corax heaved upwards did Lorgar stagger. The claws bit and cut, soaring through the Wordbearer's body. The Luminarum slipped from the impaled Primarch's fists. Those same hands wrapped around Corax's throat, even as the Raven Lord was carving his brother in half.
For the Emperor.
Corax breathed, untroubled by his weaker brother's grip. Lorgar crashed his forehead against Corax's face, shattering his brother's nose, but still he could not free himself.
Damn.
The Raven Lord gave no ground.
Lorgar is getting
Even as a
bodied here,
second,
dude.
Third and fourth headbutt decimated his delicate features. But he lied to us. Lorgar spoke through lips that produced more blood than language. The claws jerked, snagged against Lorgar's enhanced bones. Corax tore them free, inflicting more damage than the first impaling had done. Blood hissed and popped as it evaporated on the force-fielded blades.
God damn, dude. So Lorgar is getting absolutely fucking decimated here, man. Like, this entire fight so far, it started off with Lorgar on the back foot, and it's persisted to the fact that Lorgar is just getting fucking absolutely beaten here. Anyone could solo Lorgar. That's fair, to be fair. To be fair, I'm pretty sure Lorgar probably is one of the weakest physically. He's probably one of the weaker Primarchs, for sure. Now that he's a demon Primarch, he's supposedly much stronger. That would make sense. That would make sense. Maybe before his fan, but not Lorgar afterwards. Yeah, like physically before the change, he's one of the weaker Primarchs, for sure, for sure. But yeah, just brutal, you know what I mean? Like, he's sitting there, like, literally fighting for his life. It actually feels very desperate here. He's, like, headbutting him, trying to get him off. Fucking Corvus doesn't care. Corvus is just eating those, like, he doesn't give a shit, and just, like, continuing to just rip him in half, you know what I mean? It's kind of fucked. Wow. Top 3 traitor Primarchs now, honestly, yeah. Lorgar also had some visions at this point, telling them if he faces Corvus, he will 100% die. This intervention by Kurz is what made Lorgar see that the warp and destiny can be changed. Interesting. Even Magnus. Amber King needs to do a vid on Lorgar. Yeah, he should. I think I could solo Lorgar. Redo all the lore. True. Just a bitch basic human could probably solo Lorgar. Let's be real here. Anyone could. He's just basic. Lorgar also realized during the heresy that he has psyker powers. Interesting. So he didn't know that at all before. Previously, it was only Magnus that actually had latent psyker abilities, but Lorgar also has them. Not sure he's a good fighter even after the princedom. Wow. The weakest, maybe only a little above Alfarius Amagon, which is like half a Primarch, but now I don't know. He can probably take on Guilliman. I mean, Guilliman's got a lot of plot armor. I don't think anyone can take on Guilliman just based upon how much plot armor he has, to be completely real with you. Like, I think if ever there is a fight between Guilliman and anyone else at this point, I think Guilliman will take it. 100%. That's just me. Maybe it's a hot take. Maybe that's, you know, maybe people feel differently, but goddamn, you know, I think Gilliman, I don't think Gilliman can die at this point. I'll be real with you guys. Like,
hissed and popped as it evaporated on the force-fielded blades. Father lied, Lorgar said again. He was on his knees, hands clutched over the ruination of his stomach.
if it's to the death, the Emperor will just possess him again and win it, lol. Like, literally, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
He stepped
Like plot
closer.
armor, right? Like,
His one
even when he
functioning
should
claw
lose, he'll still
raised to
win.
execute his brother. Do it, Lorgar snarled. The psychic wind, the misty fire, all were gone now. He was as he'd always been, Lorgar, the 17th son, the image of his father, the one soul in 20 who never wished to be a soldier. And here he would die, at the heart of a battlefield. The foul irony of the moment settled on his shoulders, feeling grotesquely apt. He couldn't move his legs. His body was a temple to nothing but pain. He could barely even see his executioner, for his psychic efforts had left him quivering with both weakness and a vision-blurring ache in his mind. A faint outline met his gaze, the blurred image of scythe blades raised high. Do it! Lorgar screamed at his brother. The claw fell and struck opposing metal. Corax looked to meet eyes as black as his, in a face as pale as his own. His claw strained against a mirroring weapon, both sets of blades scraping as they ground against each other. One claw seeking to fall and kill, the other unyielding in its rising defense. Where the Raven Guard's Primarch's features were fierce with effort, the other face wore a grin. It was a smile, both taunt and mirthless, a dead man's smile. Once his lips surrendered to rigor mortis.
Corax,
Said the other Primarch.
curse.
Corax said the name as the curse it was.
Look into my eyes and see your death.
Said the progenitor of the Night Lord's Legion.
That's pretty metal, I won't lie.
Horus had betrayed
Tabletop
the
Angron can
Emperor,
fight knights
yet
and titans.
betrayed them
Jesus.
all. And with him,
Yeah.
3 more
Can't beat,
legions had
Gilliman, though,
risen their
apparently.
flags of treachery. It was unthinkable. Corax had no love for Horus, but he respected him. He was the best of them. The Raven Guard, Iron Hands and Salamander legions were dispatched to the Istvan system to bring the traitors to heel. It was legionary against legionary, Primarch versus Primarch. The battle began. A symphony of violence so overwhelming, it was like the very universe was ending. The greatest soldiers of humanity fought tooth and nail, surrounded by explosions and fire the size of titans.
That's also canonical, like when he lifted up that Warhound Titan when he was dying of the nails. Yeah. Like, Angron is insanely fucking strong. Like, that's what I mean. So it is kind of nuts that, like, you know, he succumbs to, you know, Gilliman, I guess, in the end, you know. And I obviously understand, like, the Emperor imbues him, but that just makes me think that that could happen at any point, right? That's the problem with it. He basically saved him from Nurgle. Yeah, he did. Like, I don't think there was a basically saving. Like, he just fully did save him from Nurgle. Like Gilliman should be in Nurgle's fucking, in grandfather's house right now. I'm just saying. That's the only time Kurz ever saves a brother Primarch. He sees the monster of the Warp Lurgar now is and turns his back on him. Oh, seriously? Wow. We all are Lurgar. One day we will wake up with knowledge about our power. Wow. Yeah, kind of crazy. It, like, took him literally, like, basically dying to figure out that he had psyker powers. Goddamn.
Nail, surrounded by explosions and fire the size of titans. Warriors clashed, drowning in the mix of mud and blood. Corax and his Raven Guard attacked the traitors' flank, each side suffering heavy casualties. The first wave had struck the traitors in their entrenched position, and now prepared for a retreat to cycle in their reinforcements. The Iron Warriors, Night Lords,
As Maggie
Alpha
teaches us
Legion,
knowledge
and
without wisdom
Wordbearers
is useless,
stood upon
true.
the hill to their rear, and as the Raven Guard approached, dragging their wounded and dead behind them, they voxed their brothers, glad to see them. But an eerie silence fell between them. Something was wrong. A lone flare shot skyward, exploding in a hellish red glow, and the 4 legions fired. Corax had seen numerous, untold atrocities in the name of enlightenment, even himself being a part of conflicts he was not proud of. But for the first time in his life, Corax cried. The Raven Guard fell in their thousands, as the Iron Warriors, Night Lords, Alpha Legion, and Wordbearers unleashed their volley. They were surrounded. Corax leapt from each pocket of the conflict, fighting like a warrior possessed. The Raven Lord flew at the traitorous Hastatis, trying to buy space and time for his sons. Thousands fell to his lightning claws until he saw him. Lorgar. Corax on his metallic raven wings thrust himself at his brother, who was now wreathed in a dark psychic energy. The Primarchs clashed, Lorgar screaming over the sounds of ceramite clashing, justifying his actions. Corax didn't understand. Why? Why were they doing this? What madness has taken you all? Corax overpowered his brother, impaling him on his claw. His anger boiled over, but before vengeance could be his, an opposing claw matched him. Eyes as black as midnight stared.
I do the subtitles on how to spell Astartes, but can't spell Corax correctly a single time. I don't know.
Corax had Lorgar mortally
I'd have no
wounded,
idea.
But could he take them both? The Raven Lord made a choice and retreated, using his jet boosters to launch himself back towards his sons, a decision that would come to haunt him. The Raven Guard was surrounded. For weeks they were being picked off. The 80,000 strong legion were massacred to a few thousand,
Goddamn.
scavenging ammo and armor from the dead. They were chased onto a mountain by Angron and his World Eaters. Corax and his sons preparing to make their last stand, when in their most dire moment, a single cruiser dived into the atmosphere. Bran, captain of the Avenger, had penetrated deep into enemy lines and gunned down to the surface to rescue his legion. Corax and the last 1,000 Raven Guard hauled themselves.
That's crazy.
The Raven Lord and the legion were bloodied. Thousands of their friends and brothers lay dead.
That's crazy. So from 80,000, they went to a mere 1,000 in numbers from Istvan 5. Is that correct? Holy shit. That's fucking nuts. So it really shows just like how little, like how much the Raven Guard got completely devastated during the heresy. Obviously, everybody kind of got their licks in, you know what I'm saying? Everybody took loss, but the Raven Guard just got almost completely annihilated. Kind of insane. Fortunate Son starts playing. Yeah, literally. Some folks bone. Like literally. Never question the autocorrect. Listen, it could be a lot worse. We've seen the YouTube autocorrect say some pretty rancid things on stream here before, I won't lie. How much of a beast of a fighter you gotta be? How much of a beast of a fighter you gotta be to think you can take on Lorgar and then a fresh Conrad Kurz on your own and be pissed that you didn't do it? People sleeping on Raven. Yeah. Like I will say, like Corax, he's smart. That's the thing. He's not going to take a fight that he isn't going to be able to win. Like he just beat Lorgar, and while Lorgar might be like, you know, bitch work, while he might be easy to kill, he still takes energy to put down, right? And then now Kurz is there. Kurz is nothing to scoff at. Kurz is a big boy, you know what I'm saying? Like he can fight, you know, so it doesn't make sense for him to potentially fight both of them. As cool as that would be, potentially one-on-oneing both of them at the same time, you know, it's unlikely to happen. And, you know, he cares about his legion. He's trying to save them. He's trying to do this for them. So it makes sense retreating, to be honest. The 3 legions betrayed got massacred down to around 10 to 20% of their numbers going in. Yeah, that's nuts. Like, that's such a huge, like, attrition rate. You got to think, man. Like, goddamn. It ain't me. Literally. I think the Salamanders lost more. Potentially. I'm not sure. Only having 1,000 left. Like, 1,000 left is literally just a chapter, dude. Like, that's nothing left at all. Like, it's crazy. Wow.
Legion were bloodied. Thousands of their friends and brothers lay dead. Each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor of Istvan V. They were betrayed.
Sally's
The
got
Legion
nuked.
was
Yikes.
in ruin. Thousands of the children of terror and deliverance were gone. The soldiers who had put their trust in the Savior were gone. Corax was a broken, wounded thing as he pondered weak and weary about the hell he had just survived. He knew he had to think of the Legion, the Imperium, his father. Corax set the Avengers' course for terror.
You can kind of see where that, like, depression phase kind of comes from, though, I will say, because, like, again, like, Corax actually cares about his Legion. You know, he actually does deeply care about them. He cares about people. He wants them to succeed, you know, and he's trying to, again, when he took charge of his Legion, he didn't purge the ones that he disagreed with. He immediately took them out of leadership roles and he said that we're going to do things differently, you know. I really do have great respect for him, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can understand how this war would break him, you know. Like, it obviously, it can get much worse. It's going to get worse. Oh, I believe it. I believe it definitely gets worse. No spoilers, please. Don't spoil it. But yeah, like, but I can already kind of see where this is going, right? Because, you know, after the Emperor ascends the throne, it's like, what else is he fighting for almost now that his Legion's pretty much gone, you know? Goddamn. I loved Istvan 4 more than 5. They lost the vibe after the last album. Goddamn. Nuke greater than invisibility. Raven Guard lost a bigger percentage as Salamanders had more back on their homeworld. That's what I was thinking, right? Like, the Raven Guard numbers were already limited. Salamanders were able to recruit more, I think, and they also just had reserves back on their home planet. I think Raven Guard were committed here with pretty much their entire force, were they not? Maybe that's wrong. Yeah, he wept on Istvan, seeing the fields of black armor. He felt that shit. Yeah, like he was literally like breaking mid-battle and only went to Lorgar after like witnessing that. Like, he broke down, saw Lorgar, thought, okay, maybe I can at least like create some space, finish this almost, you know, at least like get the burden off of my Legion. But then obviously Curse came in there and saved him last minute, right? So it was kind of for naught in a sense, but it probably felt good to kick the shit out of Lorgar at a minimum. It was probably a good, like, release.
The Emperor's eyes were open.
They're the smallest Legion in full numbers, that's fair.
Poured into Corax's soul. Motes of golden energy danced in those orbs, but they
repopulate much faster.
Kindness.
Is that true?
The Emperor stood, his armor melting away into wisps of golden thread, to be replaced by robes of flowing silver that had cascaded from his body like an argent waterfall. The Emperor stood, seeming diminished in size but not presence by the removal of his armor, forming insubstantial steps that allowed the Emperor to descend as effortlessly as a normal man walks down a flight of stairs. The Emperor reached out a hand, and Corax felt hot fingers upon his brow. Energy flowed through the Primarch, knitting his shattered bones, stemming his pouring blood, healing wounded muscles.
Not true, they repopulate kind of slow.
The Primarch gasped, filled with love and adoration.
Stand.
Corax did as the Emperor commanded, his strength restored.
I am sorry, Father,
said Corax, dropping to his knees once more.
I know that your labors are important, but I have to speak with you.
Of course you do, Corvus,
said the Emperor. The majesty and power had gone from his voice,
wow,
leaving only a tone of respect and admiration.
You have endured much to come here.
Corax felt a hand on his arm. and he straightened under the Emperor's guidance. His father appeared less majestic, the light dimming beneath his skin, his face taking on the features of a normal man with brown eyes, while long, dark hair flowed from his scalp.
Is this your true face?
Asked Corax.
I have no such thing,
replied the Emperor.
I have worn 1,000,000 faces over the millennia, according to need or whim.
I remember this one,
said Corax, dimly recalling a dream he had glimpsed when in the glory of battle.
You wish to sacrifice your legion?
The Emperor seemed genuinely surprised.
In what cause?
I do not do it out of woe, but necessity,
explained Corax.
I must atone for the failure at Istvan, for it will tear me apart as surely as my wounds did, if allowed to fester in my heart. Forgive me, but I cannot defend Terra, idly awaiting my fate to come to me.
The Emperor did not reply for some time, his brow creased slightly with deep thought. Corax waited patiently, eyes fixed to the Emperor's face.
I concur,
the Master of Mankind said eventually.
It is in your nature to cry havoc and wreak the same upon your foes. Yet there is no need for sacrifice. I am reluctant, but you have my trust, Corvus. I will grant you a gift, a very precious gift.
Once more the Emperor reached out his hand and laid it upon Corax's head. For an eternity, Corax was overwhelmed by the mind of the Emperor, an existence that had spanned more than 30 millennia, tried to crowd into the Primarch's thoughts, sending pain searing through him. In a moment the pain had ceased, the imprint upon his memories a shard of what had come before, the tiniest fraction of the Emperor's being. Still reeling from the psychic onslaught, Corax wondered if this was how the Astropaths felt during the soul binding. Their minds conjoined with the psychic might of the Emperor. Flashes of new memories coursed through his thoughts, blocking out all other sensation. A succession of images burned into his psyche. Corax realized his eyes were closed, and opened them. The Emperor was watching him, waiting patiently for his son to explore the gift he had given him.
You have given me the secrets of the Primarch project,
said Corvus.
Wow.
His voice was a whisper of amazement.
The parts that were relevant to the creation of the legions.
Now I wonder why he did this. Now I'm sure he's obviously going to explain. But the Emperor, you know, I know he doesn't like his secrets to be slipped. So either he really, really trusts Corvax here. He really, really has faith in him. Or he believes he's probably going to die. He believes that that sacrifice is literal and he's not going to make it. And that's the only reason he's giving him this knowledge. Now, I could be wrong with that, right? That's obviously just an interpretation. That's just a hot take. But goddamn, you know, like very, very trusting to give it to him. Because if he survives here, he's gonna know some shit. Like, I don't even think Guilliman knows that, right? Like, he actually trusts Corvus, does he? Like, he fully believes in him. He doesn't just, you know, think he's gonna sacrifice himself here. Like, this is legit. Like, do you think? Like, I think it could be. I think it absolutely could be legit. Like, 100%. Same with the Lion. Okay, that's fair. I guess the Lion, yeah, true. I forgot about him. But like Guilliman never got that treatment. Did the Lion get this treatment too? Did he impart this knowledge on the Lion as well? If not, why give him the knowledge in the first place? Well, why? Because he literally came with, Corax came to the Emperor saying like, oh yeah, I need to sacrifice myself. I need to die. I can't let Istvan, I can't let the embarrassment of Istvan proceed. So he could have gave him this knowledge with the thought that he might not be making it, you know, much longer. That's the only way I could see him doing that, unless it's like obviously legitimate trust, and he genuinely wants him to succeed, and he wants to impart that knowledge on at least somebody. Corvus wanted to go out and fight and not stay on Terra, so he gave him the means to do so effectively instead of throwing himself against a wall. He didn't want his son to die by essentially suicide. Yeah, that makes sense. Legit trust, that makes sense. Only Corax got this knowledge. Yeah, wow. Lion got access to forbidden dark ages of technology and enslaved men of iron. Wow. So he did, before the Emperor ascended the throne, I'm guessing he obviously saw himself ascending the throne as a possibility. So was it the case of him trying to impart the knowledge he had to his Primarchs, hopefully with the idea that they work together from now on to bring that knowledge all together once again? That could also make sense to me, for sure. You know what I'm saying? Like, rather than give all of his knowledge to one Primarch, which would be a lot for a Primarch even, I'm sure, give pieces of it to separate Primarchs so that the Imperium has to work together. They have to work together to get anywhere, so that maybe the heresy can't happen again, in a sense that they all have to trust each other, you know? They all have to be brothers, be family. Alfarius was all day with him. He knew too. The real problem is how different writers change the story and their interpretation. I see. It's Big E, and when he does things, what he does is making sense. No, some Primarchs were just trusted with different random historic knowledge. It didn't necessarily have to correlate. That's fair. That's fair.
Of amazement.
The parts that were relevant to the creation of the legions, yes,
said the Emperor.
Facts, Andrew. This is why Sigmar isn't better.
I must return to the web.
I do like
My
that aspect
absence
about Sigmar,
will
to
be
be honest.
That is all the help I can offer you.
Corax was broken, both spiritually and physically. He and his sons were shaken by the apocalyptic battle they had just endured. For 98 days they had been hunted by bloodthirsty warriors. They were not safe yet. It was a nerve-wracking escape for the crew and the survivors aboard the cruiser, the Avenger. Utilizing the Legion's unique reflex shield technology from Kievar, they were near invisible.
Reflex shield.
And meandered through the traitorous fleet's blind fire for days, unnerved by the possibility of a lucky shot. Corax sat at the command throne, never resting, vigilant for any course changes or updates. It was upon his lonely throne the Primarch began to ponder. He was filled with regret. Perhaps he should have faced Kurz, Lorgar, and even Angron. It would have cost him his life, but wasn't that worth it? To deny the traitor's valuable leadership in the war? Wouldn't that save millions? When he had liberated his home, he had dropped atomic bombs on the planet Kievar. He killed thousands, but he ended the war.
It was 100% more than thousands. That's cope to say.
A deep melancholy.
I ended the war. I only killed thousands, but I saved millions on this prison moon that I have. Like, bro, you nuked the main planet. Like, to say that only thousands died in that is such like a cope thing, Corax. Like, I'm gonna call you out on that right now. I've been with you, right? I've been with you this whole time. But to still believe that only thousands died in a nuking of that planet is absolute cope. Like, that's just to make yourself feel better, dude. 100%. There's no way not. Like, I bet you more people died than you would have saved in that instance. You nuked an entire planet. Like, let's be real. Tech, which you, your family, and everyone in is said... Oh, if you had one of the technology the Empire gave the Lion. I see. Sigmar can also remove the taint of chaos from someone, unlike Big E. It makes sense in the scale of like fantasy, though. I think, like, I don't know, to be honest with you, from looking at fantasy, there's obviously like the old world, and then there's what, Age of Sigmar, right? Is that what it's called? I definitely think that the old world is more interesting, maybe just to me. I hear that like Age of Sigmar has got like great models and stuff like that, but just the story of it, just the environment, the world of it, I definitely think the old world almost sounds more interesting to me, to be completely honest, over Age of Sigmar. But I don't know a whole lot about Age of Sigmar, so maybe that's wrong. It's just hard not to compare Age of Sigmar to 40k, and in that case I think I prefer 40k, but I think the old world has its own unique style, has its own unique things going for it, and it's distinctly different than 40k, which is why I appreciate it more. I think old world is 100% better. That's kind of what I'm saying. Yeah. A book written by one writer can show the Emperor in one way, and then a writer can change his attitude by any reason and have a different Emperor in mind. Yeah. Like, that's the problem, too, when you have so many different writers, like, writing about the same events, but from different perspectives. Like, it can be kind of messy, almost, in a sense, because all these writers obviously have a different vision in mind for what's going to happen, for what the Emperor looks like, for his attitudes, for how he's perceived, obviously, right? So I can see it getting definitely very messy as time goes on, for sure. Was it 2 or 11 that Sigmar was fan theorized to be? I'm not too sure. Very sparsely populated, if I recall. I think originally he says millions, to be fair. Amber King just says thousands for some reason. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Because, yeah, the Amber King has only ever said thousands, right? And, like, when you're nuking a planet, like, you gotta say, like, if this is if there's the main planet and then there's a moon and there's more prisoners on that moon by millions over thousands, that's crazy. That's crazy. How have they not revolted sooner? Like, let's be real here. Like, that's nuts. If you're telling me that there's no more than 1 million people on the main planet, but there is millions on the moon in servitude, in prison, sounds a little scuffed if you ask me. Like, that doesn't make sense, right? Thanks for accepting my blabbing. Love you all, but I need to go. See you next time. Yeah, you have yourself a good, Naoi. You have yourself a good one. Thank you for tuning in, man. I appreciate that, eh? The only problem Age of Sigmar has is that it doesn't have the years that 40k Fantasy Battles has. It's only a little over a decade old compared to 40k, plus years of the other setting. Yeah, that's true too. Like, there's just not as much going for it per se. But even like when I look at like the main troop, like the main Empire troop, right? It's hard not to compare that to like a Space Marine, right? Versus when you look at Old World, it's like, you know, you obviously have handgunners, you have crossbowmen, you have swordsmen, you have halberdiers, you have all different kinds of units. They're using weapons that make sense in a medieval setting, in a fantasy setting, right? But also with you also have the magical abilities as well mixed in there, right? I'm sure you get all that in Age of Sigmar, but I think I just vibe with the style of fantasy more, like of Old World more than Age of Sigmar. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's just my opinion. Maybe that's just my hot take. But between the two, Old World and Age of Sigmar, I definitely would have to go Old World. If not because of so much more lore, just the stylization of it. I just prefer it. Maybe that's just me. Factories need staff and workers to process all those ores mined on the moon. True, but then, like, you know, you would figure you wouldn't need millions of ore processed when you only have less than 1 million people on your main planet. Like, how greedy are these fuckers? Like, how much do they really need? Like, I'd assume if you have millions of people in your workforce and only a couple thousands under 1 million in terms of consumers, like, where the hell is most of your like industry going to at that point, right? Like, if it's not defending your prison planet, which clearly they didn't very well, you know, it's hard to say. Oh, that being said, AOS still has over 100 stories out now, and it's still expanding. Heck, not every faction is even out yet. That being said, I genuinely love AOS lore more than 40k. That's fair. That's fair. And again, there's reasons I can totally see why people like one over the other. You know what I'm saying? It all depends what you like. I like the possibilities of sci-fi. That's one of the reasons why why I love 40k, why I'm so interested in 40k. I love the possibilities that sci-fi brings. I love all the different aspects that you can potentially see in sci-fi, and obviously in Warhammer 40k, you get all these different concepts mashed together into one. You get Psyker abilities, right? You get the warp. You have all these different Xenos races. You have the Eldar, which are elves, but way different, right? Obviously, in a sense, you know, you have Tyranids, which is that Starship Trooper kind of vibe to it. You know, there's just so many different concepts in it. that I love, and I love that 40k mashes them all together. Obviously, with the fantasy side, with Age of Sigmar, Old World, I'm going to predominantly talk about Old World more because I know more about it in a sense. Still very limited on the knowledge, do not get me wrong, but I know more about it than Age of Sigmar just because of the Total War games that I played. But in Old World, you know, it's a completely different concept, right? You're talking like high medieval era with obviously those magical elements there as well, with chaos there as well. But it's not just fantasy in the sense that it's like Tolkien's fantasy. You know what I'm saying? It's Tolkien's fantasy on crack, essentially, is what Old World is, you know, in a sense to me. And I really like that aspect about it. It's almost like an adult version of Tolkien's universe, even though obviously Tolkien's universe is, you know, still very grim in a sense. It's a lot more upbeat, a lot more happy. But in Old World, it's like this is a fantasy world that's fucking just grim, and it's so depressing, and it's dark, and you could die for any amount of reasons. The vampire lords, you obviously have the tomb lords, you know, you have the forces of chaos itself, you have Kiev, you have the dark elves, hell, even the good factions like the high elves and shit like that. You know, the Empire, Bretonia, they all still do very, very dark shit, you know what I mean? But they're more embellished, I guess, you know what I'm saying? It's easier to be, what's the word? I guess there's no good guys. It's only really just strong neutrals. You know what I'm saying? I guess you could technically count yourself as a good guy if you're fighting against the forces of chaos. But again, I don't really know much about the fantasy lore there. So I'm kind of, I might just be largely speaking out my ass here, but from my interpretation, this is kind of how I see it. That's why I find it interesting. You know, I've always been interested in fantasy worlds, fantasy universes, but I've also always been interested in sci-fi as well, right? I don't know if I like one more than the other. You know, I like them both pretty equally. Like I find them both equally as interesting. I don't know if there's ever really I don't know if there's ever been a universe that I haven't really enjoyed or haven't been able to get into. Harry Potter, I was never a big Harry Potter fan, for example. But I do still like the universe of it. You know what I mean? I just never really got into it, I guess you could say. Battletech, kind of the same thing. I played MechAssault back in the day. I thought those games were great. You know, I have great nostalgia memories over those games on the original Xbox. But I could not tell you much of the Battletech lore. I just never really got into it, kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? The world is a factory world. That means a huge population to work in the factories. That's true. It was a production type of planet with super rich nobles, so very small 1% and very big 99% population spread. That's fair. That's fair, I guess. So they probably had their main population centers, and then they had the rich person millionaire villas out in the countryside, and the millionaire villas is what he chose to nuke. Is I'm assuming what happened there. Age of Sigmar is as though still has its foundation in fantasy battles, so it can still use characters from there as well as some of its lore. I would argue that the Empire is better than Chaos, and the Dark Elves and the Orcs. I would say the Empire is definitely better than all three of those for sure. The Orcs are obviously Orcs. I even said in that Held and Hammer video, the Age of Sigmar video there, you could probably take an Orc from fantasy, throw him in the universe of 40k, and there would be no difference. You know, the Orc probably wouldn't even notice. Now, that being said, if you were to take a 40k Orc and place him in fantasy world, in the fantasy universe, I imagine that Warhammer 40k Orc would go mental, and the world would probably fall very quickly. Because I don't know if biologically Orcs are the same in fantasy as they are in 40k, because obviously in 40k they're more of a fungus, right? They grow. I don't know if that the same thing is true for Orcs in the fantasy world. Maybe it is. I'm not too sure. But if they are a fungus, if a fungus Orc goes to fantasy, goes to the world of fantasy, I imagine it is the same. Is it the same? Okay. It's shocking then that the Orcs don't just fucking swallow the world instantly then. God damn. You would think there would be billions of them on that planet by now. Holy shit. There are there billion? There's that many. So it's really just the technological prowess, I guess, of let's say the dwarves, and I guess the stalwartness of the humans that keep them at bay. Is that correct? But we're getting into fantasy lore. We're still talking about Corvus here. Let's stay on topic.
saving millions. A deep melancholy cast its shadow over Corvus Corax. He was a Primarch with a superhuman
Lack of spaceships and nukes, that's
but
fair.
He willed his wounds not to
That's
heal,
fair.
punishing himself for his perceived failures. He told his sons, "We have no room for hope. We plan and we act. Hope is for dreamers and poets. We have our will and our weapons, and we shall dictate our own fate." Bold words, but devoid of the spirit he had inherited from the people who had raised him. Corax and the surviving Raven Guard made their way to Terra through ever-increasing violent warp storms, and after a grueling journey, they made it to the Sol system. They were met with
Orcs are still
suspicion.
aliens in
Finally,
fantasy also,
Corax
really.
made it to the surface,
They can't create the
greeted
same
by
type of
Malcolm
technology.
Dole
Yeah,
Sigilite and his
I know they can't create the same type of technology. Absolutely not. That's not what I'm saying. But you would just think by like pure force of numbers, just how quickly the orcs could like potentially get out of control. And I guess that's why you see like the orc wars like pop up so frequently, right? And I guess like in terms of total war, right? Like when you get your war fever up with the orcs, like it just spawns a wall. I guess that kind of makes sense, right? Because it's literally just like, you know, they're literally fungal spawning walls. Like that would kind of make sense to me in a way.
Corax made it to the surface, greeted by Malkador the Sigilite and his
Fantasy
brother
Gork and Mork did a
Dawn.
fusion.
He demanded to speak with his father, only to be rebuffed. He argued with Dawn and Malkador, telling them that they could not stop him, but they were silenced. A presence entered the Primarch's mind. Corax saw a vision of the Emperor straining with concentration upon a throne of gold.
Did you react to the Pancreas No Work Warhammer Fantasy video? Hey, whoa, also made a video on Age of Sigmar. I reacted to, the last video I uploaded yesterday there. It was, yesterday? 2 days ago? Yesterday. It was The Age of Sigmar by Pancreas No Works. Pancreas No Work, yes. I did upload that.
The Emperor straining with concentration upon a throne of gold until he opened his eyes. The golden light enveloped the Raven Lord. You can imagine how it feels to stand before the full power of the Emperor, like staring directly into the heart of a nuclear
I'm blind,
reactor,
it's okay.
a roaring mass of unbridled power, but combined with an overwhelming sense of majesty and love.
Oh, it happens.
The
It happens.
Emperor healed his son. He filled Corax with hope and purpose again. Corax wanted to rebuild his legion. He wanted to atone for his failure at Istvan. He wanted to fight back, and his father granted him his wish. He granted him the secrets of the Primarch project. He gave him a mental key to the secret gene laboratories deep in Terra. It was a secret Corax had promised to guard with his life, the Emperor making him swear to destroy even his own sons in its protection. The Raven Guard were not designed to fight behind walls. Their tactics of stealth and hit and run were where they excelled. With this gift, Corax could rebuild the Legion and harass the traitors behind their lines, and also prove to the various worlds of the Imperium that Horus was not invincible, and that the Imperium was worth fighting for. Corax was grateful.
I
He
do
asked
love the look of the Raven
why
Guard,
did
I
he
have to
not
say.
sail from Terra to deal with the traitors directly. It was then that the Emperor revealed that this war was about more than Horus, that the true enemy came from the warp, and the future of the species was at stake. Demons. Demons were the true enemy, and the Emperor was fighting them as they spoke. Fighting them within the Eldar's webway tunnels located deep below Terra. This required unparalleled
The beak helm is
concentration.
badass, it is.
So the Emperor was
It looks very
locked
good, I
upon
will
his
say, I like
golden
it.
throne.
I know some people
This
don't like
was
it,
a
but I vibe
war
with it.
unlike any humanity had ever faced. For Corvus Corax, the Horus heresy had truly begun.
The Raptors, fuck yes. Holy shit, we're getting a whole section on just the Raptors here? No way. Guys, yeah, I didn't know this. No one told me this. What? Really? This is actually awesome. I'm looking forward to this. I'm not gonna lie. Wow.
Chaos, the warp, the true enemy. Upon the apocalyptic fields of Istvan
Bird up.
V, Corax and the Raven Guard caught their first.
Oh, you knew about the
glimpse of-
Raptors? Brother, I knew about the Raptors. I have been fanboying over the Raptors for like a month, bro. Like 2 months almost at this point. Yeah, no, hold on, I'll show you. The set I bought. I'm probably gonna paint them as Raptors, to be honest with you guys. I don't know if you guys have seen that video. I uploaded that unboxing I did. Yeah, no, I'm gonna be either Raptors or Black Templars. I love the Raptors, man. I vibe with them really, really hard. They're probably one of my most favorite chapters right now, to be honest with you. These are different Raptors. Are they different Raptors? This isn't the modern 40k Raptor chapter law. It's not. So, but is this how they started? Is this the same? Is this the same? This is the same chapter. This is just not the modern one. Is that correct? Is that correct? Or are they completely different? Is this a completely different thing? Not the same at all? Not the same at all? Okay. Okay. I got excited there. Well, let's still see. Very different. Very different. Completely different. Okay.
Of the influence of this true enemy, the Galvorbak.
Okay, let's see then.
Blessed sons were the first to dive
Got excited.
into the Raven Guard lines when the betrayal was revealed. They
It's
were
their namesake, but way different.
Their
Okay.
bodies enlarged, spikes of bone,
Let me
jutting hooves and knotted
bracket
muscle
different.
bursts from their armor. They were like ravenous beasts that took moments of pleasure
You have to
drinking
find
the
out.
blood of the fallen Hastatis. This strange influence wreathed Lorgard during the Primarch's clash, and now his father, the Emperor, was fighting it inside the webway located below Terra. It was the Emperor's secret project, utilizing the
That's a whole
Eldar's
other
webway
thing, okay.
tunnels instead of the warp. But this chaos had broken into the webway itself, forcing the Emperor to use all of his psychic might to protect Terra's gates, lest demons overrun it. Corax couldn't understand. Why had his brothers allied themselves with entities of the warp? Why did they betray the Emperor and the Imperium?
Why?
This blindness was something that many, such as his family, Bran, Euphrenia, Agapito, and many other ordinary humans who fought with the Raven Lord, had come to see. He did not understand that truth was subjective, not an absolute. Take the universe and grind it down to the finest powder and show me one atom of justice, one molecule of mercy. Justice was a construct of a subjective experience. It was a Primarch's weakness. Corax believed so completely in the Imperium and the Imperial truth that it shocked him when others didn't feel the same as him. It was the wisest choice. It was the best choice for the species, and yet many over centuries had refused.
We're in it for the
compliance.
species, boys and girls. It's
His
simple
naivety and
numbers.
understanding that
They have
some
more.
people are just looking out for themselves was a human weakness. Corax, Bran, Agapito, and the now elderly Euphrenia were with him aboard the Avenger, the Gene Seed project in tow, and his surviving Raven Guard and a contingent of Custodes set course for Deliverance and Kievar.
Wow,
They were
custodies are
heading
setting
home.
off with them. Wow.
This resurgence was desperately needed by Corax. There was a part of him that was damaged since Isfahan, though perhaps it had always
Alpha
been a
Legion
part of
prank.
him. This melancholy that many of us have had the misfortune of experiencing, the feeling of being tired with the world, a mind fog that cannot be easily shaken, preventing any moments of joy or happiness. On rare occasions throughout the Great Crusade, an unlucky legionary of the Raven Guard would find an overwhelming depressive state would envelop him. His hair would darken, his skin would pale. Something within would meld stronger with the gene seed of Corax. Only death or fierce constant battle were the only options for release. It was this part of himself that Corax feared the most, The part he had told his father he was most afraid of. The part which could turn him more into his dark counterpart.
Right.
Curse. The Gene Seed Bank gift was more important than Corax would ever realize. Arriving back into their home system, the Legion reunited with the garrison upon deliverance. Only 4,000 Raven Guard existed in the galaxy, but that number was going to change. Arduously extracting the specific gene seed from the Gene Seed Bank, Corax could create legionaries with the maturity rate of a Primarch. Decades could be shortened to months.
Wow.
The experiments continued for weeks inside the training fortress, the Ravendell. 500 aspirants underwent the new process, combining with the gene seed of Corax, and the results were incredible. Fully fledged Legiones Astartes emerged in a matter of weeks. Though lacking true combat experience, they were the future, the salvation of the Legion and Corax's mind.
Isn't that kind of nuts though? Like, so the Emperor gave him this knowledge of the Astartes project, of the Primarch project. Maybe not the Primarch project, but of the Astartes project, I believe. And basically to recoup his losses, because they only have 1,000 Raven Guard left at this time. He's able to start mass producing his own Astartes again. Wow. That's pretty nuts, I won't lie. Like it's pretty big bald. So is this really how they get like all their numbers back? Is they're VAT growing Astartes in a sense? He gave Corax hope for the future. Yeah. Like are they basically literally VAT growing Astartes? Because I know obviously most Astartes are initiated, right? Like you're drafted from the planet, you're chosen for the selection process. If you survive, you get initiated, you get your organs planted, and this happens from a very young age. But they're basically just growing them. Now you see why the Emperor had hesitated before giving Corax his trust. I see, because this could be extremely lethal. Yeah. Given to the wrong person, especially given to somebody who might eventually go traitor, yeah, you would not want these secrets getting out, because that could spell huge trouble. Wow. The Emperor probably had the most trust in Corax and the Lion. They got all its dark secrets, and Dorn to a lesser extent. Okay. I think someone said in another video, these are like super Primaris. Oh, really? Okay. And I guess Primaris at this point are already technically a thing, but they're just not known about. Is that right? Like the Mechanicus have already kind of been like, they're already kind of like, the Primaris project is already underway, maybe even completed, but it isn't until Guilliman comes back that they're actually utilized. Is that correct? Also, these Marines seem stronger than regular ones. It never outright stated to be so, but recruits were taking on veterans on the training mats and actually holding their own, if not winning. Wow. So they just kind of come out better, even though they're obviously inexperienced, right? Not trained, but they just kind of are almost to the level of Primaris in a sense. To my knowledge, Guilliman had Call start the Primaris after the heresy. Okay. That Primaris wouldn't be completed until 10,000 years later. They're normally just improved Marines. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I know the Primaris Marines didn't show up until 10,000 years later, until Guilliman returns. But I thought they were kind of like already finished pretty close to the time of the heresy, or at least they started working on it back then. I don't think it took like Call 10,000 years to finish it. I think they probably got finished early. It's just nobody actually had the authority to like utilize them in a sense, Maybe that's incorrect. Maybe that's incorrect. That could be completely wrong.
The salvation of the Legion and Corax's mind.
No spoilers, yeah. Please, no spoilers. The
process for 2,000 more began.
Also, guys, I have to say right now, if you guys are enjoying the video, make sure you hit that like button, guys. Make sure you hit that like button. I know you guys don't like hitting that like button. We had 73 viewers on the Fallout stream the other night there, and There's only goddamn 12 likes on the video, so, or on the stream, so you guys gotta make sure you hit that like button. It helps a lot. It does help the channel out a lot. Please hit that like button if you haven't already, and please subscribe if you are not. And while we're at it, plug the Discord. Come on down, join the Discord, join our Legion today, guys. It's awesome to see you guys there. Come on down, join our Discord.
And Corax's mind. The process for 2,000 more began, but it was not salvation.
I love liking videos. It's so easy. It is easy, and it helps, again, small creators like myself. It helps so fucking much. You don't understand.
The escape from the bloody fields of Istvan was a miracle. Bran and Euphrenia aboard the Avenger bursting through a gap in the enemy lines. It was almost too good to be true. The fact that the Avenger should have been garrisoned back upon deliverance had not escaped the Primarch's mind. Commander Bran knew the Primarch would not take well to the truth, that dream visions had been the source of his rescue. Corax's melancholy was obvious to one who had known him his whole life. Upon returning, the Primarch had even murdered a word-bearer captain who had been with the Legion for decades upon deliverance, following the Edict of Nicaea. Corax told his sons he could smell the taint on him. This melancholy seemed to lift with the success of the first 500 new Hastatis, donned the Raptors, but all went to disaster with the next batch of 2,000. Corax's suspicion of Istvan had been well placed. Alpha Legion Hastatis, upon the killing fields of Istvan, had infiltrated the survivors of the massacre, grafting the skin of the Raven Guard's fallen comrades onto their own.
Wow.
These hidden agents struck in tandem with a rebellion exploding upon
What the fuck? So out of the 1,000 that survived, Alpha Legion fucking infiltrated them? That's fucking nuts, dude. What? Holy shit. That's actually kind of crazy. Alpha Legion were present. They were present but not known about, and they just fucking infiltrated them. Holy shit. That's kind of nuts. It's also kind of rich that like the Raven Guard were the one that got infiltrated. Holy shit. That's brutal, man. That's brutal. Can you imagine like the 1,000 surviving, like the 1,000 survivors? You know, you're looking at your brothers, you're like, fuck, we're all that's left. This is rough, guys. Let's make a go out of it. You know, Corvus is trying to do his own thing, trying to get revenge. And then suddenly a fucking Alpha Legion rebellion breaks out amongst your own ranks. Like, that's fucked. That's so fucked.
Agent struck in.
Also, the Emperor kind of gave Call a psychic hint to work on something big during the heresy. Guilliman gave the actual order during it. So the Primaris were kept on ice and slowly worked on over 10,000 years. Okay, I see. Liked already, boss? That's good, man. Good man. That's what I like to hear. Damn it, Alfarius. Yeah, literally.
Comrades onto their own. These hidden agents struck in tandem with a rebellion exploding upon Kievar. Corax's words, to bring peace to both the world and its moon, and to heal the wounds of the past. It was the words he gave to the Emperor when they first met. But the wounds upon Kievar and its previous Tech Guild masters had not healed. They had festered. Another failure that struck at the heart of Corax. The disguised Alpha Legion operatives tainted the Gene Seed Bank, and the results were disastrous. The new 2,000 recruits began to devolve and mutate. Young Hastatis, recruits from Deliverance, gave themselves to their home's savior and followed their ancestors into service, joining the legendary Raven Guard Legion. Men like Navar Hef were excited to become superhuman warriors in the service to the Imperium. With spikes of bone, scales, feathers, and other mutations began to manifest. They were monsters. Some were so devolved that they had to be locked up. If this disaster was not enough for the distraught Primarch, a force comprising of the rebellious Tech Guilds attacked the Legion. Corax once again went to battle with the very people who had enslaved his family. The fighting was furious. Corax leaping from zone to zone, crushing the enemy, but it was a bluff. The Alpha Legion's true goal was elsewhere. The Tech Guilds were just a distraction. The Raven Delve, the Gene Seed Bank, was left exposed. Corax was furious. He intended to go to the Raven Delve himself, but Bran begged him not to, saying that he was prepared to destroy the Raven Delve to prevent the Guilders from gaining the Gene Seed, but he could not whilst his Primarch was inside. Corax's son stood up to him. He saw in a reflection his face contorted with anger and hate. He looked like Curse. His chance to rebuild the Legion was gone. His chance for vengeance against Lorgar and his treacherous brothers was gone. His escape from melancholy was gone. But Bran's words tempered him, tempered his lust for vengeance. Corax trusted the mission to his sons, and they all rose to the occasion. Navar Hef.
Listen, I can understand wanting to like trust your sons, especially at this point, right? Like this is really like a make or break moment. But also given the fact that fucking Alpha Legion are literally like rebelling on you right now, like they're inside your own ranks. How do you trust anyone at that point? You know what I'm saying? Like if they're there, like, you know, that's rough. I don't know. I think like personally, like this would have been a, and maybe they did, you know, but in the books, like, is there any like amount of distrust coming from Corax at this point? Because I could totally see there being like a lot of like doubt, because like given this point, like, yeah, man, like I would not be trusting anybody. Like these motherfuckers are grafting skin over their own skin. You know what I'm saying? Like, no. Also, the Alpha Legionary you follow throughout the books even starts to feel bad because the guys he's with save his life like 2 or 3 times. That's kind of sad. So even the Alpha Legion there are just like, wow, these guys are actually kind of chill, and I'm just like fucking them over. Big sad coming.
To his
Let's
sons,
see.
And they all rose to the occasion. Navar Hef and the other mutated recruits locked below the Raven Delve heard the fighting and burst from their quarters and fought off the Alpha Legion operatives, throwing themselves at them without armor or weapons, using their fists, claws, and sheer will to liberate the stronghold. The Raven Guard won, but their hopes of rebuilding was lost. But this war was not over. Corax stood before the 4,000 last Raven Guard. Even his mutated sons stood in their midnight armor. They could still fight, still show the colonies of the Imperium that they were not abandoned to Horus. The sons of deliverance brightened their father's darkening heart.
That's pretty brutal. So they're that desperate that even the mutated ones, the like mutated sons that they previously had to lock up, they're like, yeah, well, we got nothing left. It's all hands on decks. Like we're fighting for our fucking survival right now, like quite literally. How desperate that must be, Jesus. Because I feel like that's not something they would ever do under any circumstance, but they're doing it now. You know what I mean? I have to say the Primaris had and still have poor justification. Not using the Raptors project as a base to build them up was one of their mistakes. That's true. Not from these guys, no, because guys like Navarre he grew up with, so he can tell. The ones who were infiltrated were random legionnaires, not the ones close to Corax. That's fair. They could just be like random, well, survivors, quote unquote, right? And even if they had some new scars or something, you know, they didn't look exactly like them. They just survived Disband 5. So like, you know, kind of makes sense still if they didn't look identical like a Raven Guard. If they had some weird scars here and there, you know, didn't quite remember them like you used to, you know, something like that. They broke out and saved his life. Of course he's going to use them. That's true. Yeah. Mutated or not, many were still loyal and ready to die for the Imperium. Hold on, guys. Sorry, my mic is fucking up. If it disconnects here, I apologize. I just need to get this like in a spot where it's not going to keep falling down. There we go. It's better. I just got to make sure it's out of frame too. Nice.
And Corax vowed to destroy every warp-tainted creature in the galaxy.
They literally broke out of their cells and saved the Raven by tearing the Alpha Legion apart barehanded and got them shot up. Yeah. It's just like, it's just still the case. Like, even though they might be loyal still, it's just like, how corrupted are they? You know what I mean? They're obviously mutated. Are they corrupted? And at that point, you know, again, this is an Alpha Legion plot. That's how they're like that to begin with. It would still be hard to trust, I imagine. Even if they did save them this once, you know, again, you're dealing with the Alpha Legion. The Alpha Legion plays the fucking long game. That's what they're here for. The Alpha Legion is long gamers, you know? So I think it would still be very, very hard to trust potentially still, you know? From my perspective.
We have been touched by forces beyond the Emperor's own design. You know this, brother, as well as I do. No good comes from that which in evil is born, no matter the purpose or cause.
You will find out later.
I look at Curse and see myself. How could the Emperor create such demigods with science alone? Warriors that can withstand tank shells, leaders whose every word must be obeyed, creatures with powers far beyond any Thunder Warrior or Legionary. Why do you think the Emperor decided not to simply recreate his children when they were lost? What unique gifts of darkness did he pass to you? I used to think there was righteous justice.
He continued, his gaze moving from Russ to the warriors at the doorway.
That whatever I did, it served humanity. There is only one way left to aid mankind, and it does not include our survival, O King of Wolves.
Yikes.
This is not our universe, and it never was. You cannot create legends and myths in a laboratory.
Other faces were in his memory, vying for attention, demanding that their messages be remembered.
You often spoke of the Fenrisian notion of a good death,
said the Raven Guard.
If there is such a thing, I desire it. I should have taken it on Istvan. Time and again, fate presented me with opportunity, but I denied it. Against Kurz and Lorgar. I could have
This
ended
is after
their
Russ's
lives.
failed
And
assassination
Angron.
attempt.
How many has he butchered since I fled his axes? Rational, sensible decisions, weighing advantage and cost each time. But mistakes. All.
Russ is a bum.
The universe does not want us. It is unnatural that I survived.
Won't say I agree,
He
but
sighed, thinking of Marcus Valerius.
now Russ is
the red
cool. I can
sash
understand
he wore
his
so
appeal.
proudly.
Visions.
He's just not my favorite,
Visions
we'll
sent
say.
by the Emperor. I think not. Something else guided those that rescued me. Another hand moved my warriors to intervene at Istvan. Powers that we do not willingly serve still bend us to their will through the manipulation of others. I was not meant to survive Istvan, and all that has befallen us is simply a correction of that failing course.
Corax paced slowly to the first cell door on the red level. He paused for a moment, repulsed, and driven on in equal measure. It had to be done. Inside, he found a creature crouched in the corner, its skin white beneath clumps of thick black fur, its eyes round, ebon discs that stared at him without any obvious intellect. Even so, he could not ignore the similarities. The pale flesh and the dark eyes. They had fought the war, and they had won. Now was the time to put right the assertion he had made to the sorcerer Natherkin on the forge world of Chonstax II.
I have made several oaths in my long life, but I have been careful to swear only those I
Russ
could
has lost
fulfill.
most of the 1v1s he's been in. Oh,
He told the beast. He crouched next to the pitiful thing, and it
hold on a sec. Context: Corvus found Russ's fleet docked over a planet after the failed assassination attempt on Horus. They're now in a cave with Space Wolf standing guard, and Russ passed out from his wounds. Okay, thank you. That actually helps a lot. Thank you for that context stump there. That actually does help.
He told the beast. He crouched next to the pitiful thing, and it shuffled closer, comforted by his presence, though the sight of it broke the Primarch's heart.
One I now think may be beyond me. I looked into the face of our enemy, into the heart of the force that had corrupted them. I knew that, even if we killed Horus, that power could not be eradicated completely. Chaos will return with ever greater strength if we allow it. If we give it the vessels it seeks, and feed the ambitions that drive the weak to its embrace.
Corax recognized the adoration and trust that radiated from the deformed raptor. He laid one massive hand upon the former legionary's head, and the fingers of the other curled around his throat. The creature's mouth worked a few times, and drool dribbled over Corax's hand and fell to the floor in thick gobbets.
I remember everything. And I remember my exact words before I sent that fiend back into the warp vortex that had birthed it.
Tears stung the Primarch's eyes.
I promised him I would destroy every warp-spawned, chaos-tainted creature in the galaxy before I die.
The mewling, growling thing that had been Navar Hef met his gaze.
And I have always kept my promises, my son.
Damn, so he had to kill his friend because he was mutated.
Fought back. On his metallic raven wings, he led his sons.
You can definitely see where like his attitude comes from, for sure.
The worlds garrisoned by the traitor legions found danger in the shadows. Out of nowhere, Hastatis in black armor, some with monstrous forms, cut them apart. Any chance of fleeing was met with a demigod figure that appeared from nowhere. Worlds were liberated, and by the time the traitors had learned of the assault, the Raven Guard were already at their
killed all of his mutated sons. Yeah, I think so.
Years, Corax,
and that makes sense. That's what I mean. Like, he couldn't really take the chance. You know what I mean? Like, again, their creation even was a Alpha Legion plot. That's what I was saying, right? And obviously, how corrupted are they? We don't know. You can't be certain, right? So sad as it is to say, like, yeah, and then that's obviously going to do a number to his total legionaries he has again. Like, his force has been decimated time and time again here. Like, all of his sons pretty much are dead. All of his friends pretty much are dead or were mutated. Like, you know, he wanted to fall in combat. He wanted to fight his brothers, hopefully kill a few of them to try to save others. He didn't because it was not the logical thing to do, and he's kicking himself for it, you know? It's a pretty tragic tale, I'm not going to lie here. Wow. Another Thunder Warriors scenario, kinda, yeah. Kinda, but a little bit different, I think, for sure. Russ totally could have killed Horus, but for some unfathomable reason didn't. Low-key, Russ only won his fight against Magnus because Magnus was being stupid. That's kind of true. That is kind of true.
God were already at their next target. For years, Corax and the Legion fought in the shadows, but the cost of the heresy over time began to weigh heavy upon him.
Or picked up Russ and thrown him into space, yeah.
Enemy chaos. He despised its corruption. He hated it. So when he learnt the truth about himself and his brothers, it cut deeper than any physical wound. The Primarchs were creations of science and the warp. Corax hated part of himself. The surety of the Imperial truth that had guided him to raise worlds was a lie. Weak and weary, the Raven Lord pondered his place in the galaxy. As the fires of the heresy crescendoed, Corax found his brother, Leman Russ, and his Space Wolves under siege. They too had been decimated by the traitors over years. They too had sons that had been transformed by the influence of the warp. The Wolfen, to match Navar Hef's mutated raptors. It was at the moment of near defeat. A ghastly, grim Corax lamented to his comatose brother. He should have taken the death offered upon Istvan. He had failed his people. He hadn't avenged the massacre. His naivety had cost lives. He was a creature of the warp. His desire for vengeance was almost consuming him. Though both the Raven Guard and the Space Wolf survived, the darkness never left Corax. News came from the Sol system. After 7 brutal years of conflict, the heresy was over. The Loyalists had won. But the Emperor was crippled and was interned upon the Golden Throne.
Which is arguably...
Corax felt...
Yeah, that's arguably going to do a number to Corax again, because he wanted to leave. He didn't want to defend Terra. He wanted to actually leave and try to seek vengeance. He was unsuccessful in that effort. And now the Emperor is wounded, and it just makes you think, like, what would have potentially gone differently had there been another Primarch present with his legion? You know what I'm saying? So I feel like he's going to kick himself again for this one, you know, like he's mentally, it's going to probably do a number on him. Russ can only win fights against people dumber than him, i.e. Magnus. Well, Magnus had a lot of internal conflict against himself at that point too, let's say. But yeah, he was definitely weaker in a sense than Russ at that point, for sure. If not physically, at least mentally. And that's most of a fight, if you want me to be honest. You know?
And was interned upon the Golden Throne. Corax felt heavy, carrying the burdens of trauma and failure that not even his family could lift. Something that became worse as he had one more promise to fulfill. The second batch of raptors, sons like Navarhef, had been mutated by chaos, but they had fought side by side with their father and brothers throughout the heresy. They gave their blood, sweat and tears for Corax. They deserved more, but over time they were getting worse. They were devolving, locked away as they began to fall to frenzy and madness. Over 1,000 of Corax's brave sons were in pain. With tears in his eyes, he kept the promise he had made to destroy every warp-spawned, chaos-tainted creature in the galaxy.
Wow.
Corax killed them, one by one, with his bare hands.
He did it personally. Wow.
Was his.
Wow.
The Raven Lord was a giant, a powerful demigod figure.
The fact that he personally did it's
has a limit.
Kind of respectable.
Corax locked himself in his personal chamber in the Ravenspire upon deliverance, begging daily for his father's mercy. For an entire solar year, the savior of deliverance locked himself away from his sons, none able to bring him out. As the Legion held breath for what felt like an eternity, Corax stepped out of his chamber. A year to the day he entered, something had changed. Perhaps the determination the people of Deliverance saw centuries ago had returned. Corax left the world alone.
Just an Alpha Legion prank, a silly joke, doing the same thing Conrad did. Kinda, but in a different way, and he actually feels about it, right? I don't think Kurz really gave a shit when he did it, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, Corvus actually does seem to genuinely care, and it did affect him to do that, and the fact that he was taking personal responsibility, because he saw it as his fuck up, right? He saw it as his mistake. I think that's also really respectable too, you know? I mean, the sulking after. Yeah, that's fair. But again, it kind of makes sense why he's sulking in a sense.
Centuries ago had returned. Corax left the world alone. His midnight black
the sulking,
eyes
yes,
locked upon the warp storm,
but it's he's got a
terror,
better reason for it, arguably.
To the Imperium, nevermore.
I think the suicidal self-banishment, I think there's supposed to be a parallel. That makes sense too, I guess, because like, yeah, they are, you know, they always talk about the similarities between them, even how they physically look, how they mentally might think. So yeah, I could totally see the correlation there that they're trying to draw for sure, for sure. That makes sense. That does make sense to me. Vengeance Incarnate.
Forks of black lightning leapt from an outstretched hand, rippling through the body of a word-bearer, greasy smoke issuing from a rent in the warplate. The legionary collapsed.
"We have to fall back across the portal bridge,"
said Kaltar.
"We must fetch Lorgar."
Fetch
Kaltar.
The voice came from behind them, as pure as molten gold in the Dark Apostle's soul. Its tones lifted his spirit in an instant, filling him with warmth. He turned, as did the others around him. The archway glowed with power, showing a vista of a gigantic
Anime moment incoming, oh god.
cathedral through the haze within its black frame.
I'm Batman.
In front stood a gigantic figure, thrice the height of the legionaries. A golden-skinned entity wrapped in a cloak and robe of flame-room shape that swirled from its body. In one hand it wielded a wickedly spiked mace that throbbed with black power. The other bore a rod of intricately wound metal, tipped with a three-eyed skull, layered with golden sigils that constantly weaved about each other. Eyes of uniform azure burrowed into Kaltar.
I heard your woe, my son.
The voice washed through the Dark Apostle like a soothing balm, stilling his agitation, strengthening his resolve. Still, the presence of his Primarch was near overwhelming, and he fell to his knees, head bowed.
Throbbed with
Aurelian,
black power.
Forgive my weaknesses. The
Yikes.
creature of demonic spite has disrupted the great
Oh my
works
god.
here.
I see no demon.
Kaltar glanced back towards his brothers. The entity that had pursued
It's not the size that matters, guys.
Of the hill, amid a storm of bolter fire. It cast legionaries.
The jokes
with
write themselves
sweeps
at this
of
point, they
glittering
do.
claws, leaving tattered remains draped across the stonework of
I won't lie, there's a lot of times in Warhammer lore, especially with the narrations and stuff, where it's like, what? What? Whoa. Like, hold up. Fucking spicy, you know what I mean? I don't know if that's intentional or if it's just like inadvertent, but like either way, it's funny whenever you hear it, for sure, for sure.
glittering claws, leaving tattered remains draped across the stonework of the outer shrine.
This is no demon.
Lorgar raised his rod, beckoning to the blood-stained whirlwind tearing through the lives of the Dark Apostle's warriors.
Some of it is intentional, some of it is not.
Brother,
Shows that we're all
Last
12.
flurry of activity that turned
No, definitely
another
not. It's
legionary
pretty,
to
that's
shards of
pretty
cellar
hard to miss those.
and ribbons of flesh. The apparition coalesced into a recognizable figure. It was of equal height to the demon Primarch, clad in black battle plate with long taloned gauntlets. A pair of wings stretched out from its ornate backpack, fashioned as intricate metallic raven feathers. The face was as pale as snow, gaunt, the eyes as dark as coal, framed by a shoulder-length black hair. Kaltar felt his breath dying in his lungs as he looked upon the unmistakable features of Corvus Corax, the Primarch of the Raven Guard. A flurry of questions flooded his thoughts, but all remained unanswered as the Primarch spoke.
What has happened to you, brother?
I have ascended.
Said Lorgar. He indicated Corax with a twitch of his rod.
I might ask the same of you.
The Raven Lord strode forwards, intent on Lorgar Aurelian. Kaltar and his warriors.
Let you know I'm
scattered to
13.
fall, grateful
Exactly.
To be free of his wrath.
Literally.
Marduk and his coterie closed about the Primarch, but a look sent them away.
I am what I always have been.
Said Corax.
I am vengeance incarnate. I am justice delivered. This place beyond the veil has revealed what we all are. Underneath the veneer of humanity our Father crafted for us. We are of the warp.
Have you come to make an oath to the powers that are your true creator?
No. I swore to destroy all chaos taint from the galaxy. You will be the first fallen brother to die beneath my blades.
I am not the creature you fought at Istvan.
Said Lorgar, raising his mace.
Nor am I.
Kaltar barely followed the lunge of Corax, so swift it was. A black wind threw him aside as dark fire crackled from the rod of
Let's see if he's
Lorgar,
gonna beat
with a
Lorgar's ass
thunderous
again.
shockwave that hurled the word-bearers to the ground. The two demigods clashed. The Raven Lord pondered, weak and weary, but never more. The boy from Deliverance, who had been embraced by an oppressed people. People who filled him with an innate sense of justice.
We don't learn who wins? What?
Who learned to master stealth in the shadows of a prison, promising to free.
So does that fight just end like that? We actually never find out who actually wins? Really? Most think Corax, though. Well, is Corax still alive, is my question. I guess we'll find out if he actually dies here or not. But, I mean, if they're both still alive, that's kind of sus. We don't find out. Fuck, that's sad.
To master stealth in the shadows of a prison.
In the next script we do. Okay.
People who loved him.
He gone? Is he? Yeah.
Friends and family. But he always felt different. He was the savior. He was surrounded, but alone, until a figure wreathed in golden light descended from the sky. His father, the Emperor. He completed him, and he gave him all he needed to fill the hole in his heart. The man became a Primarch to the Imperium of man, trained by the best of the Imperium, believing with every fiber of his being in the Imperial truth. He took his people to the stars, and they
listen to the fight after.
The
Yeah, we can maybe do that. We'll see how long it is.
The Corax's human weaknesses slipped through. The resentment of the people who had suffered was reflected within him. He despised opulence. His need for justice skirted along the edge of vengeance. It was an anger that would bubble to the surface in his worst moment, always fearful of becoming like his brother.
If there's more fight, watch it. Yeah, we could check it out. 10 minutes? 10 minutes? Sure, yeah. Post it in the Discord.
Filled with purpose.
Post it in the video recommendations on the Discord and check it out after.
Sons upon the field of Istvan.
I'm actually kind of interested how that goes.
Damaged. A melancholy gripped him, dragging him down to that sunken place. But he kept moving forward. He found a way to rebuild his legion, a way to rebuild himself, and erase his feelings of guilt for surviving. But this hope was taken from him when his sons were corrupted, and the Legion's future could not bring him atonement for his failures. But his sons were there for him. They fought the betrayers with the last of their strength for years.
True.
As the fires of the heresy raged on. But then he learnt the truth, that his foundation upon which he had condemned worlds, the Imperial truth, was a lie. Demons were real, and a part of him was of the warp. He had already hated his own failures as a man, but now he hated his very being. As the heresy drew to its close, his father was gone, forever locked upon his golden throne.
Corvus is badass. I feel he's more relatable than other Primarchs. Same. I'm kind of vibing with Corvus right now.
His mutated sons.
I'm enjoying him so far. He's understandable, you know, why he has the attitude he has.
So he put over 1,000 of his sons out of their pain, bearing the responsibility of another failure. His limit had been reached. The darkness had overcome him, and he lay in that mind fog, wallowing in the despair caused by centuries of pain and suffering. But something changed. A universal truth found him. The truth that is inside all of us is the capacity for change. He let the fear go. He embraced what he was. He was a creature of the warp. I am vengeance incarnate. I am justice delivered.
Goddamn.
He could be the vengeance of the Imperium. He could be the justice that the traitors so richly deserved. Here lies the Raven Lord, hunting down his treacherous brothers as a shadow in the wall. A creature of justice, leaping from the darkness. Nevermore would he suffer treachery. Nevermore would he fail anyone. Nevermore would he fail himself. Nevermore would he let justice go undelivered. Nevermore.
Wow.
Be that word our sign of parting, bird or fiend, I shrieked, upstarting. Get thee back into the tempest and the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume as a token of that lie thy soul hath spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken, quit the bust above my door. Take thy beak from out my heart and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore. And the raven, never flitting, still is sitting on the pallid bust of Pallas just above my chamber.
I fucking love Edgar Allan Poe, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I've been loving these excerpts from his poems.
And the lamplight o'er him streaming throws his shadow on the floor.
Wow.
And my soul from out that shadow that lies floating on the floor shall be lifted nevermore.
Wow. Not as impactful as other Primarchs, not as much written, but probably in my top 5 Primarchs. Like, same. That's what I mean, right? Like, wow. That was awesome. Is there anything else at the end here? Or is it just his end screen? I think just his end screen. Wow, guys, that was awesome. That was Corvus Corax 40k lore. I thought that was fantastic. Again, maybe not as much lore as some of the other Primarchs, but again, I gotta say, I really like him. I understand his character. You know, I can see where he's coming from with a lot of the motivations he has. The fact that he's willing to take personal responsibility and feel the guilt for basically everything he does, every failure he has. I think that's that's really respectable for his character itself. And man, again, like as much as I meme on Corax, he's a solid Primarch. His books just kind of suck sometimes. Yeah, that's fair. I feel like if you read enough books about anyone, though, I feel like in Warhammer, with just how much literature there is, how much like content there is, I feel like there's bad books about everyone, unfortunately. You know what I mean? Just given how many writers there are, how many different perspectives there are on things. Yeah, but in terms of him as a Primarch himself, fuck, I gotta say, I actually do enjoy him quite a bit. You know what I'm saying? He's definitely in my top 5. I was actually thinking, guys, sometime I might make, and then this is gonna be like a so far kind of video. I might make a video just going over my thoughts, my top 5 favorite Primarchs so far. You know what I'm saying? Just give my thoughts on them a little bit. I think that might be interesting for you guys. I think a few of you guys have asked me sometimes what my top 5 Primarchs are, and I've never really been able to give an answer, but I'm thinking I might make a video with my actual thoughts written down, kind of explained a little bit more. I think that'd be really interesting for you guys if you guys are interested in seeing that. Yeah, same. Funny how that is. Guess he's just an awesome, even as an unexplored concept. Yeah. I want to see an animation where the Loyalists are getting dominated by word bearers, then a portal opens and Lorgar comes forth only to get snatched back into the warp by a Raven Talon. That would be pretty fucking sick, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, Lorgar just appears and just a fucking behind him, you just see a claw fucking grab him, bring him back in. That'd be pretty nutty, I won't lie. Goddamn. Just implying that he's still out there, you know what I'm saying? Wow. But yeah, guys, that was Corvus Corax 40k lore by the Amber King. Another fantastic video by the Amber King. I really love his content as always. Thought that was great. You guys are saying there's, what was it, two 10-minute videos? So with the 2 10-minute videos, here's what I can do for you guys. We can either check them both out on stream tonight, which I'm almost kind of hesitant to do if it's by the same guy, because I feel like you should almost get like, because in all my streams, right, I always link the videos that I react to. I always link the channel that I react to, and it'd almost be better if it's 2 videos from the same guy that we're reacting to almost make a separate video for him, in a sense, you know what I'm saying? It's up to you guys. We can either check it out, we can check both of them out right now, or literally tomorrow. Tomorrow's Sunday, right? Yeah, tomorrow's Sunday, so I'll probably stream some games and we can check that out tomorrow morning. It's up to you guys. We can either do it right now or we can do it tomorrow morning as part of a video. What do you guys want? It's completely up to you guys. We'll have a little vote right now. Say right now, forever hold your peace. It's completely up to you guys. We can check both out right now. It's just, again, I feel like I almost feel bad reacting to like more than one creator on a stream, because I feel like, the video is still going to be called Corvus Corax by the Amber King. It's not going to be called, the video that you like that we're now going to be checking out. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of feel bad in that sense. Down for a Sunday stream? Oh, brother, we're going to be streaming tonight. I'm probably going to be playing some games tonight. So if you guys want to stay tuned for that, definitely. Tonight? All right, fine. We'll do it tonight. We'll do it tonight, and then worst comes to worst, I'll just edit it into another video, re-upload it as a separate video kind of thing. But we'll check it out here tonight. Let me just see here. Discord, you guys posted in the Discord? I'm hoping so here. Let's see. Corvus hunts Lorgar. Yes, okay, I see them. DQVO. Actually, I've gotten a lot of recommendations for him. And I actually haven't checked out any of his videos. This is going to be our first look at him. Let's just see here. Visit site. What? Open the link. Okay, for some reason it's not opening the link on Discord. Hold up. Let's just copy. Let's go. New tab, YouTube. We'll do that. Part 1. Skip ad. Alrighty. Shadows of the Past. Warp Corvus hunts Demon Lorgar. Oh, so this is in the war. Wow. Nutty. That's fucking very nutty. Wow. Yeah, just chop off the last bit of the stream. Yeah, see, unfortunately, I can't, I'd have to, like, close this stream and then start a brand new one. You know what I'm saying? And that's just, for what it is right now, that's kind of irritating. I'll do that for games and stuff, but for the reaction content, it just kind of keeps it compact, I guess. But for a video, because I usually re-upload the stream, the reaction streams as a video itself, because a lot of people don't realize that I do. I do stream these videos, so I usually re-upload those as a main video on my channel, and what I'll do is I'll just cut off the end there and make this its own separate video. These last two parts its own separate video. But yes, this is going to be Shadows of the Past, Warp Corvus hunts Demon Lorgar, voiceover part 1 by DQVO. Again, haven't checked this out before, but I'm really excited to see it. I've gotten a lot of recommendations for DQVO over on the Discord and just in YouTube comments for sure. So yeah. Let's check this one out. DQVO is like Vox, but does almost all quotes, no fan fiction. Okay, I got you. I definitely post these two videos on their own. Yeah, I'm gonna cut it off at the end. Like in editing, in post, you guys are gonna see the Amber King video, and then it'll end with that, and then this will be its own separate video, re-uploaded. Of course, both those will be re-uploaded as videos instead of a live stream on my main channel. DQVO is great. Love his content. Yeah, let's check it out. I'm excited to see it. We're going to turn captions on here. 1080p. And yeah, let's get right into it. I'm just going to write down real quick here. Corvus Lorgar battle. Bracket warp. There we go. All right, let's get into it. For some reason, various lore channels insert fanfiction to their content. It's because people are biased.
The ground beneath the word bearer darkened.
Mm.
Like tar bubbling from a pit. Seeping blackness.
It's got a good voice.
Legs, swiftly engulfing him to the waist. The legionary fired down into the morass, but his bolt simply disappeared without exploding. The thick blackness continued upwards, rivulets of shadow that snaked along his arms and around his throat. Growing, the umbra lifted the legionary from the ground, snapping an arm at the elbow, the bolt in his grip falling from the fingers. Kalda'ar could not suppress an empathic wince as a leg contorted acutely, assuming an unnatural angle.
Damn, dude. I don't know why. Like, I'm not like, I'm not like afraid of gore or anything like that. But for some reason, I don't know if it's just me, but like when people like you know, when it's explained like your elbow like inverting and shit, or your leg like inverting past the kneecap, that shit just fucking makes me squirmy a little bit. You know what I'm saying? That's like the gruesome shit to me. I don't care about like guts, blood, any of that shit, but just like bone still in skin being contorted, that shit fucks me up. That's like my like ick factor. You know what I'm saying? Oh, but this guy's got a really nice voice. I gotta say, I'm liking it so far. Only a minute in, but he's got a really nice voice. His cadence is nice, and you guys are saying that he keeps it strictly to the actual written lore rather than any fanfic, which is just kind of nice here.
Quoted acutely, assuming an unnatural angle. The legionary's vox was clearly not functioning, and he was thankful they were spared more inhuman noises of painful death. Limb-snapping contortions racked the armored figure.
Damn.
Almost tying the warrior into a knot. Ceramite broken. Bones shattered. The demon shade dropped.
Skate crashing videos where guys snap their limbs. I can't watch those, man. I actually can't watch like skateboarding injuries. It's the fucking worst. I don't know.
As tall as the legionary it had slain. Tenebrous wings flowed from its back as it advanced, arms ending in spear-like talons. "What have you brought upon us?" Marduk's voice at his shoulder made Kalatar turn, hearts racing. He dared only a glance at the first acolyte before returning his gaze to the spectre advancing with slow, grim purpose across the level plain. "I had no choice," said the Dark Apostle. "It would have slain us all and come for you without warning." "Ah, so it was our well-being, was it? Look at it, brother. This is beyond us. We need the Arisen to face such a creature. You must call him." "Must? This is not time for your vanity, Marduk," snapped Kaldar. The threat of being ripped to pieces by an unstoppable demon outweighed any trepidation at offending one of the first chaplain's favored servants. He pointed to the dormant portal arch. "Can you reach Lorgar?" "The Primarch has higher concerns than your survival, Kaldar." The bark of bolters drew their attention back to the ring of wards.
Also might be worried Games Workshop will come after them for actual book stuff. Do you think they'll actually do that? Because I've considered doing like some book readings almost, you know what I'm saying? Like not like showing the book or anything, but just like some narrated kind of like, you know, excerpts or whatever from books. Maybe I would stay away from 40K if they're coming after people. Is that actually true? Are they? Because again, I can't fucking I can't understand why they do that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, how greedy can you really be? You know, respectfully, but like, come on. Like, it's fans making work on what they love. Like, give me a goddamn break. It's adding to it, if anything. You know what I'm saying? I can't believe that they go after people for that type of shit. They're going after animators again right now? Seriously? That's really unfortunate, because I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to my posts and whatnot, but yes, I am a part of another project that's coming up. You know, I've been asked to do some more voice acting for something like that. So yes, instead of me reaching out, I was actually asked to do it, which was kind of sick. So that will be up and coming, but that makes me kind of worried. You know what I'm saying? Hearing that shit. Yikes. I love Voldemort's fanfics he does in lore videos, top tier. Yeah, I've gotten a lot of requests for Voldemort too, man. I got to check out more from him for sure, for sure. Those are great, although I'm immune to the grossness of it because I worked at a butcher shop for a few months. Yeah, see, I used to work at like KFC as a cook, right? So you got to like snap chicken bones and shit like that, and I don't know, it's different. It's different when it's like a dead animal, you know what I'm saying? And like it's an animal, but when it's like a human and they're still alive and it's like your arm is just like flapping there, it's like, fuck, like stop, you know what I mean? I don't care if it's like as bad as that says. Like when they're dead, it's something different, you know what I'm saying? But when like you're still alive, it's just like, I don't want to fucking visualize the pain that you must be in, you know what I'm saying? Like that makes me cringe, you know what I'm saying? That type of shit. Games Workshop is reaching Nintendo levels of copyright control freaks. I don't think, dude, Nintendo is a whole... Actually, yeah, maybe they are, to be honest. I was going to say Nintendo is a whole other ball game, but yeah, maybe now they actually genuinely are. It's hard to say for sure. Probably not, but there's a reason. They have a few times as long as you make it clear you don't own their stuff. Yeah, hopefully. I don't think any readers have been stuck unless it's a straight book ripoff, but there are still quite a few pirated books on YouTube. That makes sense. At least 2 channels have been shut down. Yikes. Another project, do divulge if you were able to. I don't want to say too much about it. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to say too much about it. I kind of like it to be a little bit of a surprise as always, you know, and it's been alluded to on the fella's channel that he's working on it. You know what I'm saying? That's all I can really say about it. I don't want to give away too many details exactly what it is. You know what I'm saying? But it's a big one. It's a lot bigger than the last work I was a part of. It'll be about probably about 25 minutes in length, roughly around there. So it's going to be a longer one. I'm excited to do it though. It's going to be one of the longer ones I've ever, well, it's the longest one I've done so far. So it'll be something, you know what I'm saying? It'll be something. Hopefully it'll be good. Hopefully I don't disappoint you guys with that, you know? But I'm excited to get to work on it for sure. It's honestly, it's great stuff. You know, the creator, you know, that I'm working with, he's been a part of some great works. He's done some fantastic stuff. If you know, you know, you know. But I don't want to say too much about it, you know. It's 40K related. It's 100% 40K related. Yes, 100% 40K related. At least Nintendo consistently strikes everything always. Yeah, dude. Even like with what game was it that recently came under fire from Nintendo for being like a Pokemon ripoff, even though it's not. The name of the game is slipping my mind right now. I'm sure you guys know exactly which one I'm talking about. Fuck, what's it called? That's gonna annoy me. You guys know what I'm talking about. Pal World. Thank you, Pal World. Yes, that's the one. Thank you. Yes, that was gonna fucking irritate the shit out of me if I didn't say that. But yes, Pal World. Yeah, they Nintendo's. I don't know. They need to take a break. I think for sure. And I get like they're like, you know, maybe culturally, because it's obviously it's a Japanese company. Maybe they just take that shit more seriously. But like, how do you not see that like copywriting fucking everything, shutting down tournaments too? That's the biggest thing too. They're shutting down like tournaments and shit like that. And it's like, bro, like these are people that love your games, love your older games, and they're willing to come together, you know, organize a tournament, have cash prizes, and you're really gonna go shut that shit down? Like, you fucking kidding me? Like, I don't know. I don't support Nintendo anymore. I really don't. Like, I used to love their games as a kid, especially, and like even as an adult, as a teenager, you know. They make a lot of really, really fun games, but like, how do you support that? You know what I mean? Like, that's just actual just like shit behavior from a company. In Japan, legally, there is no such thing as fair use. Yeah, sure, in Japan. But you're releasing your content to the world. It's not just released in Japan. If it was a Japan only release, okay, sure, maybe I could understand. But you are choosing to release this shit to the world. You can't tell me that is okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, within the bounds of your country, okay, I can understand the legality there. But if you're releasing it to like the rest of the world entirely, yeah, no. Nintendo competition, cringe. I don't know, like the Super Smash Bros competition, shit like that looks really fun, you know. Pokemon competitions, that looks really fun. But then they're going around and they're just like axing them, and it's like, why? You know what I'm saying? Like, these are literally your fans that you're fucking over. There's no need for it at all. But sorry guys, I'm getting off topic. We're only 3 minutes into this video.
The bark of bolters drew their attention back to the ring of wardstones, where Kaltar's warriors met the incoming apparition with a hail of fire. Bolt rounds detonated across its form, but the fire of their fury disappeared into darkness. As it neared, the demon fluctuated, its smoky exterior becoming like a blizzard, a creature of whiteness with 2 ebon black eyes. Forks of black lightning leapt from an outstretched hand, rippling through the body of a word-bearer. Greasy smoke issuing from rents.
Especially when they have massive American figureheads, it's all pretty fake,
collapsed. Yeah. We have to fall back across the portal bridge, said Kaltar. We must fetch Lorgar.
really often genuinely wonder what goes through people's minds of higher ups when they look at people loving their product and going, yeah, shut that shit down.
Pure as molten gold in the Dark Apostle's soul.
I will say it's one of the most frustrating things, like being a gamer or being a part of like any sort of community, is just like how fucking greedy that these higher ups always are. You know what I'm saying? Like it's one thing to like, yeah, when people are blatantly ripping off your product, sure, that's one thing. I can kind of understand that. But when you're literally shutting shit down, suing people, copywriting people for doing nothing other than enjoying the product that you made and bringing more attention to it, like, brother, it's free advertisement. If anything, at the worst, it's free advertisement. At the best, it's getting more people interested in your product. So like, I don't get it. You know what I mean? It's like, it's actual brain dead behavior to me. Like these CEOs, these stockholders saying, oh my God, they're making videos about our products. Stop them. Like, really? Really? Like, if anything, you should be happy about that. Like, you're succeeding as a company. You're succeeding in what you intended to do. But no, I don't get it, man. Breaking news, war declared on Japan over canceled Smash Bros. Tournament. Yeah, literally. Literally. It's literally free advertisement. It is. It's like literally free advertisement. At a minimum, it's free advertisement.
Lifted his spirit in an instant, filling him with warmth. He turned, as did the others around him. The archway glowed with power, showing the vista of a gigantic citadel cathedral through the haze within its black frame. In front stood a gigantic figure, thrice the height of the legionaries, a golden-skinned entity wrapped in cloak and robe of flaming rune shapes that swirled from its body. In one hand, it held a wickedly spiked
small PP syndrome, exactly.
With black
literally.
power. The other bore a rod of intricately wound metal, tipped with a three-eyed skull layered with golden sigils that constantly weaved about each other. Eyes of uniform azure burrowed into Kalda'ar. I heard your woe, my son. The voice washed through the Dark Apostle like a soothing balm, stilling his agitation, strengthening his resolve. Still, the presence of his Primarch was near overwhelming, and he fell to his knees, head bowed. My Lord Aurelian, forgive my weakness. A creature of demonic spite has disrupted the great works here. I see no demon. Kalda'ar glanced back towards his brothers. The entity that had pursued them had reached the top of the hill amid a storm of bolter fire. It cast aside legionaries with sweeps of glittering claws, leaving tattered remains draped across the stonework of the outer shrine.
Goddamn.
This is no demon. Lorgar raised his rod, beckoning to the blood-stained whirlwind tearing through the last of the Dark Apostle's warriors. Come to me, brother. With a last flurry of activity.
So is this demon
to shards of ceramite and
is this demon
flesh,
Corvus, really?
The apparition coalesced into a recognizable figure. It was of equal height to the demon Primarch, clad in black battle plate with long taloned gauntlets.
Wow.
A pair of wings stretched from its ornate
So this motherfucker goes into the warp and he's giving them a taste of their own medicine. Holy shit.
And feathers.
Wow.
The face was as pale as snow, gaunt, with eyes as dark as coal, framed by shoulder-length black hair.
Imagine these Chaos Legionaries being fucking scared of him, running from him as if he's just like some warp entity, right? Like some warp demon, but no, it's actually just Corvus. That's fucking insane. That's some shit right there. I like that a lot, you know? That's pretty cool to hear. This is in the warp. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. He fucking, like, he's in the warp and he's appearing as a demon to these motherfuckers. No, this isn't the warp. Yeah. This is Warp Corvus, hunts Demon Lorgar. I think that's really fucking, that's cool as fuck. So he's chasing this motherfucker down, like, straight up.
As dark as coal.
Corax becomes a shadow demon.
Shoulder-length black
Fuck.
hair. Kaltar felt his breath dying in his lungs as he looked up at the unmistakable features of Corvus Corax, the Primarch of the Raven Guard. A flurry of questions flooded his thoughts, but all remained unanswered as Corax spoke.
He's invading a word-bearer bastion to get him.
To you,
and he's also the first loyalist demon Primarch.
I have a
That's what I think is interesting too. Like, he is a demon, but he's still a loyalist, right? Like, he's still doing his part for the Emperor, even in the warp, which is kind of fucking nuts, you know? I didn't think any Primarch, once they get corrupted, could survive the corruption, like, at least like as they are, right? But he definitely seems to be controlling it well. He's still very channeled in his vengeance and his anger. So, like, holy shit, man. That's pretty awesome to see. First loyalist demon is Ferrus Manius. I don't know a lot about him. I'll have to check him out sometime.
What has happened to you, brother? I have ascended, said Lorgar. He indicated Corax with a twitch of his rod. I might ask the same of you. The Raven Lord strode forwards, intent on Lorgar Aurelian. Kaltar and his warriors scattered before him, grateful to be free of his wrath. Marduk and his coterie closed about their Primarch, but a look sent them away. I am what I always have been, said Corax.
Damn.
I am vengeance incarnate. I am justice delivered. This place, beyond the veil, has revealed what we all are. Underneath the veneer of humanity our Father crafted for us. We are of the warp. Have you come to make oath to the powers that are your true creator? No.
No.
I swore to destroy all chaos taint from the galaxy.
So this is that quote, okay, but we got the prelude to it.
Fallen brother.
Wow.
To die beneath my blades. I am not the creature you fought at Istvan, said Lorgar.
Interesting. Neither am I, yeah.
Kaltar barely followed the lunge of Corax. So swift it was. A black wind threw him aside as dark fire crackled from the rod of Lorgar, with a thunderous shockwave that hurled the word-bearers to the ground. The two demigods clashed. Wow.
That was cool. So that was like, not only did we get a prelude to what we saw there in the Amber King video there, but it also ended with the exact same like quote, in a sense, the exact same X script, which I think is awesome. So part 2 here, I'm assuming that's going to be like the actual fight itself, right? Which is going to be sweet to see. Again, you guys are saying that there's no like for sure ending. Like, we don't know actually who wins. So roughly in the timeline of 40K, when does this fight take place, if I might ask? Does anybody know? Like, when exactly, like in the last, is it in the modern 40K, would you say? Is it in like 30K still? When about would you say this took place? And I'm wondering, have we seen Corvus since then, since this fight? Have we seen Lorgar since this fight? I'm assuming we've definitely seen Lorgar, but maybe not. Somebody let me know. But let's get right into part 2 here. I want to see how this ends. Like, I want to see this fight, yeah. I've heard a theory that Primarchs are basically tiny warp gods.
After a long life of bloodshed and devotion to the true
possible.
gods, there was little that awed Kaltar. The sight of two Primarchs battling within the Imperium sphere left him shocked and breathless. Infused with the raw primordial force, the combatants were ablaze with power.
10,000 years later.
Towering storm.
But time doesn't mean anything in the warp, that's true.
The cloud formed of multitudinous ravens. Their cawing was deafening. The flash of their talons and beaks, the spark of the tempest. Into the shadow, Lorgar rose like a fireball, alight with a tornado of burning rune shapes. Meteoric sigils rained down.
Lorgar is back from the warp recently, I see.
Leaving ember-edged furrows.
You decide who wins, it's not so clear.
They slammed into the buildings around the bridge arch, shattering masonry, incinerating the corpses of Corax's victims. The Raven Lord struck back. Hails of flaring claws ripped the air itself, leaving rents through the rune robe of the Arisen. Each stroke left a shriek in its aftermath that shredded the nerves as much as the talons shredded Lorgar's immaterial form.
I just have to say I'm really liking like this Dark Souls-esque like boss music going on in the background. That was a really good choice for this narration. Yeah, I'm really liking his I just want to make sure I'm not getting his name wrong. DQVO. I'm really liking his videos so far. I'm going to subscribe to him real quick here, but yeah, no, I think I'm really liking that so far. That's he's got a very good narration style, and it's not bad at all. Like I'm really liking this so far. Wow, great music choice as well.
Talon shredded Lorgar's immaterial form. Kalta'ar flinched when the sweeping head of the Wordbearer's mace smashed into the chest of his storm-wreathed foe. The impact was greater than any thunderclap, leveling the walls around them. Rolling to his back, shattered stone pouring from his armor, the Dark Apostle watched the titanic combatants soar past. Corax with a quartet of gleaming spear talons driven through Lorgar's throat. The Arisen tried to lash out with his mace, but was held close by the Raven Lord's inhuman grip. Together, they crashed to the ground, their impact flattening again the few word-bearers that had regained their feet.
The portal bridge!
Marduk's shout drew Kalta'ar's attention to the wavering energy field within the archway. Dark sparks rippled across its fluctuating surface. It was visibly weakening. "We cannot be trapped here," declared the Dark Apostle, stepping towards the waning portal. "It is sustained by the Urisen's will," declared Marduk, intercepting him. "It means our master is losing his power."
Yikes.
The two Primarchs had assumed fully humanoid form again in the heart of the crater their fall had made. Lorgar's left shoulder sagged, his rod swaying low in his grasp. Rune shapes crawled across his form, no longer a robe of office, but forming armored plates etched with warp symbols. Corax flexed claws like sword blades, his expression pitiless as he took a step towards Lorgar. Marduk opened fire. The flare of his combi bolter hit the Raven Lord in the chest and face, a welter of detonations that rocked his stride. Kalta'ar fired his plasma pistol on instinct, the blast hitting Corax in the midriff, splashing cerulean energy across his ornate black warplate. Other fire joined it. Missiles and more bolters from Marduk's guard. Lorgar summoned a nimbus of power and threw out a shield of force that lifted Corax from his feet, buckling his...
Sometimes I think Primarchs are just really big guys that are kind of strong, but then scenes like this remind me that just contact of their blows connecting literally collapses walls, and I'm humbled, not to mention they get up from that and keep fighting. Yeah, like literally they just like, and they'll get impaled and shit too and just take it like a champion, you know? It doesn't really mean much to them. It's pretty, like when you're talking about Primarchs fighting, yeah, it's a completely different scale that you're like, you have to think of, you know what I'm saying? Like it's so much more. Wow. Also, guys, if you guys are enjoying so far, make sure you hit that like button if you haven't already. Just saying. Also, come on down, join the Discord. You know, might as well join the Discord. Gotta plug that while we're here. Leave a like, subscribe if you're not. Join the Discord. Let's keep going.
Threw out a shield of force that lifted Corax from his feet, buckling his wings in the unearthly hurricane. The Raven Lord became a flock once more of fire-eyed black birds. But the swell of Lorgar's will continued to hurl the other Primarch's incantation upwards, scattering them to the sky.
Quickly, our lord!
Shouted Marduk. Lorgar lumbered towards them, his wounds streaming tiny crimson runes like blood. Kalta'ar looked up. The Raven Lord gathered again into a single mass. A dark comet headed directly for them. The Arisen was first through the portal, his massive frame leaving a shadow of his passing as the other word-bearers dashed through after. Kalta'ar lunged the last few strides, throwing himself headlong into the miasma under the arch as chill shades swallowed him. He found himself in a large chamber, colourful mosaic underfoot, the walls covered with fresh murals.
I wish they could be
White
animated, but no
ceiling
live action, but good
domes
animation.
far above.
Live actions tend to limit the movement and
Part of
effects.
the temple
That's true.
vizier. He had no time for his surroundings, eyes drawn back to the gate. Shrieking, the raven flock scratched and pecked, but they could not pass the warp barrier. Lorgar glared at the apparition on the far side, chest heaving as though out of breath, his head crowned with a halo of black warp fronds. Corax assumed his mortal shape again, one cheek bloodied and bruised, his eye almost closed. There was much damage to his armor, but he leaned close to the portal, eyes boring through the divide. I have your scent now, Lorgar, growled the Raven Lord, his face contorted with monstrous rage. I will find you, Lorgar. I will destroy you, and every vessel you have filled with your taint. Lorgar staggered away, and the portal arch fell dull, leaving only bare stone within its pillars.
Damn, so Lorgar straight up fled.
We can assemble a force and return, our lord, said Marduk, hurrying after the Primarch. All is not lost, promised Kalta'ar, not wishing to seem any less dedicated. I will rebuild the Beneficta Diabola. Their entreaties continued as they followed Lorgar through the corridors and halls, heading towards the center of the grand construction spreading across their new capital on Sycharis.
Badass. How many of the wordbearers shat themselves during that? All of them, I think.
To the tower,
literally all of them.
Everything.
No, I would be.
Black doors opened at Lorgar's approach, and he strode within. No.
Literally just Corvus saying, "I'm coming for you, you motherfucker."
With a noise that echoed in Kalta'ar's soul as much as his ears, the doors slammed shut, leaving him and Marduk on the threshold. There was no handle, no keyhole, nothing by which they might open the edifice. A white Colchisian rune burned into life upon the door, and another. Deny fate, read Kalta'ar. He turned to the first acolyte. What does that mean? Marduk took several steps back and looked towards the pinnacle of the otherworldly tower. Golden fire burned from the summit. Others were hurrying from the surrounding cloisters, demanding to know what had happened.
This is literally Corax saying you can run, but you can't hide, literally.
Groan.
Lorgar has to be so embarrassed. Yeah, he just straight up fled. He had to. He just literally left. He's like, fuck that, I'm not fighting him. Like, him and all of his word bearers just fucking fled.
Until then, the great work must continue.
Wow. Well, guys, that was the Shadow of the Past, Warp Corvus Hunts Demon Lorgar Part 2 and Part 1. Yeah, wow, that was really good. DQVO, yeah, makes really good works. Again, this is the first works I've checked out of him on the channel. So yeah, I thought that was really, really great. And great context for that Amber King video there too. Just seeing what exactly happened during that fight. Will you react to more lore this stream? Probably not this stream, no. I only checked out this one because I wanted some more context for that fight. But you know, I do want to try to keep it to, you know, again, the stream purpose, which is Corvus, right? So I did want to keep it to that Amber King video, but I don't mind checking out videos that like add a little bit more context to certain things for sure. That's why I didn't mind checking out the Shadow of the Past here, because that was like a direct X script or a direct thing from the Amber King video. We just didn't get to see a lot of it. I really want to check out some more of it, but I thought this was great. Great context. And yeah, I guess, you know, I would definitely say Corvus won that one. You know, I mean, if Lorgar had to straight up flee, I would definitely say Corvus won that, you know, 100%. You know, didn't kill him or anything, obviously, but I would consider the small victories, you know, take him where you can get him. So, you know, why not? I mean, hell, some people say it's not clear though. I don't know why. Great suggestion. Can we Centurion, please? No, not tonight. Not tonight, unfortunately. No. Again, if we're going to be doing streams like this, I feel it's disingenuous to call it Corvus Corax, an Amber King video, and then react to 3 other videos that are not of the Amber King in it. You know what I'm saying? This again, it was just a little bit more context to that Corvus video. So I didn't mind checking it out for sure, but I do kind of want to keep them, you know, because I got to link them all, and I want you know, the creator of the video to obviously get their just due, of course. So, you know, I don't want to be linking 4 different videos and like 2 or 3 different channels in the description of my video and all in one video. That just doesn't really make sense to me, and it seems a little bit disingenuous is all. So I'm gonna probably this will probably be the last video we check out tonight for sure. But yeah, you know, for sure, we can absolutely check out more from DQVO. If you guys have recommendations, of course, leave them in the comments. Of course, leave them in the video recommendations on the Discord. And yeah, we can absolutely check out more for sure sometime. Miscellaneous lore stream in the future. Yeah, we could do a miscellaneous lore stream in the future for sure sometime maybe. I'd have to know the videos we're going to check out beforehand, just to kind of like, you know, again, link them in the description and whatnot, and make sure that they're all, you know, getting their just due. But I do try to keep it to one creator for these streams as much as I can, at least. Again, with cases like this, it's a little different, but I do try to keep it to one channel, one video kind of thing, or at least one channel, maybe 2-3 videos if it's going to be that, you know what I'm saying? Because again, it's just I want to make sure that the people who made the videos get their just due as well. That's what's important to me, you know. So keep on theme and channel. Yeah, exactly. That's you basically summed it up, right? Yeah, keep on the theme of the video itself, and again with the channel, right? Like I don't want to have 4 different channels I'm reacting to, because then no single channel is getting like the respect it deserves in my mind. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. That's all it is, right? But yes, we're probably going to end this stream here. We probably are going to be doing some more gaming streams tonight. Maybe some Fallout New Vegas. I'm not too sure yet. I haven't quite decided. Maybe something else. I'm not too sure yet. But yes, guys, if you enjoyed, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe for more content from me, come join our Discord, and big thank you to all of our members, all the Hastati out there, and our Principe Dagenhart. I appreciate you guys. You guys inspire me to make more content for you guys every single day, of course. Yeah, big thank you to everyone who tuned in. I appreciate you guys. Big thank you to all of you. And yeah, we're going to end this stream here. If you guys want to see some more gaming stream later on, or some more streams later on, I will be gaming. I'm not sure when, probably about an hour, hour and a half. I might try to edit this video up, this stream up, and get those parts uploaded before I do start streaming. We'll see. Or I might do that tomorrow. I'm not too certain yet. But yes, guys, thank you guys for tuning in. This has been Centurion, and I will see you guys in the next one. You guys have a good night. Peace, guys.